Introducing Hexam Media Africa and Giving Tuesday Nigeria as co-conveners of the Social Impact Marketing Summit 2024 Special Virtual Edition. Date: September 7, 2024. Time: 9 a.m. WAT. Venue: virtual. To register, visit www.sims Africa Sims 2024.
Meet Steve, the founder of a nonprofit with a vision to change the world. But like many, Steve faced a challenge: funding. Despite his passion and hard work, donations were not enough to keep his mission alive. That's when he found us, Hexam Media Africa. We specialize in helping nonprofits like Steve's attract the donors they need to thrive. Through tailored social media campaigns, engaging email marketing, stunning graphic design, and a refreshed website, we helped Steve tell his story to the world. A story that resonated with donors who shared his vision. The result? More donors, more funds, and more impact. With great branding and targeted marketing, Steve's nonprofit is now making the difference he always dreamed of. Is your nonprofit facing similar challenges? Let us help you turn your vision into impact. Book a call with Hexam Media Africa today, and let's create a brighter future together. In Steve's words, thanks to Hexam Media Africa, we're not just surviving, we're thriving. You can too. Book a call today and transform your nonprofit.
In a world filled with digital innovations and advancements, the forces of impact and media have teamed up to bring you insights from the futuristic world. Introducing Hexam Media Africa and Giving Tuesday Nigeria, as co-conveners of the Social Impact Marketing Summit 2024 Special Virtual Edition. Date: September 7, 2024. Time: 9 a.m. WAT. Venue: virtual. To register, visit www.sims Africa, Sims 2024.
Meet Steve, the founder of a nonprofit with a vision to change the world. But like many, Steve faced a challenge: funding. Despite his passion and hard work, donations were not enough to keep his mission alive. That's when he found us, Hexam Media Africa. We specialize in helping nonprofits like Steve's attract the donors they need to thrive. Through tailored social media campaigns, engaging email marketing, stunning graphic design, and a refreshed website, we help Steve tell his story to the world. A story that resonated with donors who shared his vision. The result? More donors, more funds, and more impact. With great branding and targeted marketing, Steve's nonprofit is now making the difference he always dreamed of. Is your nonprofit facing similar challenges? Let us help you turn your vision into impact. Book a call with Hexam Media Africa today, and let's create a brighter future together. In Steve's words, thanks to Hexam Media Africa, we're not just surviving, we're thriving. You can too. Book a call today and transform your nonprofit.
In a world filled with many challenges, all we really have is each other. At Crowder, we believe that through strong community relationships, we have the power to effect enormous change, whether you need to raise funds for that brilliant impact project or you're looking for like-minded individuals to help your community. We've created a centralized, easy-to-use platform you can count on. Let's take a closer look. With Crowder, you can create fundraising campaigns for all kinds of initiatives, from paying medical bills to supporting a charity you love. By joining our community of volunteers, you can also assist hundreds of nonprofits in achieving goals that make life easier for people in need. One app, two goals, endless possibilities. Join the movement today on Crowder. Crowder, build community through giving.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning from wherever you're joining from. I'm super excited to be honored to welcome you. Let me know where you're joining from. My name is Imo Anselem, and I am super, super blessed to be your host today. So I think you can call me Host Imo, right? I am joining from Nigeria, West Africa, from the capital city, Abuja. So please let me know in the chat where you're joining from. This is a blessed day, and I'm super excited to welcome you to the 2024 edition of the Social Impact Marketing Summit and Awards. Come on, come on, come on. Let me see your reactions in the chat. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in Abuja, and I hope it's a beautiful day in your city. I can see Michael Bassi joining from Oyo Akwa Ibom. I can see Jacob Fentek joining from Ghana. I can see Senval joining from Nigeria. Oh wow, oh wow. Nimi David joining from Abuja. Yes, that's my brother. That's my brother. Yes, thank you so much for joining. We have over 700 plus people who are joining today, and we are so grateful to be able to host you to these awards. So I'm not going to be speaking so much. And a bit background about me is that I've always been involved in the impact marketing space, and also on the side I am a startup founder. I build startups and also help co-founders and also founders of startups to raise funds, and also impact change makers to also raise funds. But today is not about me. Today is about all humanitarians of Africa. Today is about everyone who has made impact in the last year, in the last month, and or even yesterday, right? Because you are all amazing. Please keep telling me where you're joining from. I can see Alexander joining from Namibia. Wow. I can see Michael joining from South Africa. I can see Cash joining from Kenya, the +254. Yes, this is the home of the +234. This is Africa. Africa is beautiful. I'm super excited. I can tell you can see from my voice. I'm super excited, and I'm full of energy because African change makers have so much energy. The impact you make is so energetic. It is beyond physical. It is beyond material wealth. It is beyond material understanding. And so that's the energy I am feeding off from. Martin Opio joining from Uganda. Welcome, welcome. We are so blessed to have you. Everyone joining from YouTube and everyone who is connecting live. Nokotula, I'm so sorry if I messed up your name, joining from South Africa, such a beautiful country. So we'll have such a beautiful lineup of events for you. And if you're just joining, this is the Social Impact Marketing Summit and Awards 2024 edition. Last year we had a 2023 edition, and this year we're making it bigger and better, bringing it cross-border so that anyone from all over the world, South America, Americas, North America, Australia, Europe, Africa can join. Asia, right? And so this is what we do. Hexam Media is a marketing, is a social marketing company that helps non-profits to have visibility and also scale. Development Aletus, thank you for joining from Uganda. I'm going to stop my speech and acknowledge everyone because you all are amazing. But without going so much into the details, you will be having next on stage the founder of Hexam Media Africa, the person, the convener, the brain, the visionary behind what we have here or why we are here. And so please help me welcome on stage Ella, the president. Hello, Ella.
Hi, Imo. Thank you so much for gendering us to this beginning of today's event. I am super, super excited. I couldn't sleep. Um, we're having this virtually today, and welcome to everyone. Welcome to you all. From Uganda, from Mozambique, from Nigeria, from Kenya, wherever you're joining us today, all the way from Africa. I'm here in Cyprus from Europe, joining you here virtually, the power of virtual events, right? And I'm super excited to have you all. My name is Emanuela Imo. For those of you who do not know me, I am the founder and CEO of Hexam Media. I birthed this organization 4 years ago, and we started from this to something like this right now. And I'm not just going to bore you with all of the speeches and everything. I just want to tell you that we have brought together various thought leaders from across the world. We have our speakers from Canada, from the US, from India, from Nigeria, all over the globe joining us today. And believe you me, these people are the best in the industry. So do not take their time and the knowledge they're going to be pouring on you today for granted. Please get your paper, get your pen, sit down somewhere where you can concentrate, ensure that you have access to the internet uninterrupted, because every bit of this event, you're going to learn something truly amazing that will take your organization and your impact journey to the next stage. So, like I said, I don't want to bore you. Welcome. Please stay tuned for every bit of the event. We have games that you're going to be winning free stuff from Hexam Media from, right? So make sure you're listening so you're able to pick different points and participate in the game. So I'm going to stop talking, hand over to Imo, and we take it up from there. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you so much, President Emanuela. Of course, you know I'm going to keep calling you President because that's what you are. Anyone who is able to bring people together to lead change, not just change, but impact change, sustainable change, is worthy of being a president. All right, so welcome everyone. I can see so many people joining, and also just want to say big welcome to you. Thank you for giving your time and also your experience for joining this event. I'm adding experience because we're going to be having so many sessions, and I know that as you listen, you're going to also chip in with your thoughts, with your impact thoughts, and also with your wise nuggets. So thank you so much for the experience and also the wisdom you're going to be sharing in the chat session. Thank you, David Bernard, for joining from South Africa. Thank you, Hosea, for joining from Uganda. Thank you, Patricia Kajamba. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Welcome, everyone. Again, my name is Imo Anselm, and I am blessed and pleasure to be your host with the most. All right. So the next lineup of the event that we're going to be having is we're going to be having the first speaking session, speaking session by Oluwamuyemi, and he's going to be coming up to speak on various topics. But I just want to tell you a bit of a backstory here. In the past, I never used to like to sit in front of the stage. I never used to like to sit in front of the classroom, whether it be an event or in class, right? I always like to sit at the back. But I listened to a speech just last night that said that if you want to show up, you not only have to show up physically, but you also have to show up mentally. You have to also show up in how you act. So I know that we do not have any arrangement where you can be in front of the class, but what you can do by being in front of the class is having your notepad beside you. I have mine right here. You can see I'm not joking today. I have mine right here. You can see my pen as well. So our hosts are going to be coming, our speakers rather are going to be coming up and be giving you different sessions, teach you about digital fundraising, teach you about storytelling, teach you about using AI in your impact and nonprofit. So this can, if you're not intentional, it can just be another online event or virtual event that you attend. But if you are intentional, if you act intentionally, you are going to get so much and benefit so much. And don't forget, like Louis Howe said, nothing happens if you do not take action. So the action you can take right now is by taking your pen and your notepad, whether your iPad, whatever you're scribbling on, and jot down the points that resonate with you. And a favor I want to ask is that you share these nuggets online on your social media, your WhatsApp. If you're, of course, if you're in Africa, mostly you use WhatsApp. If you are anywhere in the world, share on your LinkedIn, your social media, your Twitter, your Instagram, and don't forget to hashtag Sims 2024. That is SIMS 2024. Thank you so much. So I'm going to be giving way right now for the introduction of the first speaker. Thank you so much.
Arimalad Oluwamuyemi Alexander is at the helm of the Marketing and Communications function at Microsoft Africa Development Center, ADC, West Africa, overseeing the comprehensive Markham strategy and execution for the premier engineering hub of Microsoft. With over 18 years of hands-on experience, Yemi, as he is affectionately known, has proven himself as a seasoned storyteller and marketing communication specialist, emphasizing data analytics and visualization. In his current role, Yemi leads the Markham's efforts for the engineering team, contributing to Microsoft's position as an industry leader. Prior to this, he served as the Marketing and Communications Coordinator for Microsoft Philanthropies in the Middle East Africa, concurrently acting as the Philanthropies lead for Nigeria. In this capacity, he managed Microsoft's social good campaigns, executed marketing and communication strategies for philanthropies/government affairs, and oversaw all philanthropies initiatives in Nigeria and Kenya. Yemi boasts a rich history with Microsoft, having dedicated 11 years to the organization. During 5 of those years, he directed Microsoft Nigeria Communications, spearheading the operational, executional, and tactical aspects of all communication endeavors for Microsoft in Nigeria. His extensive background also encompasses roles in diverse industries, including market analyst positions at Toyota Nigeria, Subaru Motors Nigeria, and Lafarge Holcim. Yemi's stint as the public relations/media manager at Samsung Electronics West Africa further fortified his expertise. Notably, he managed impactful projects, such as Samsung's sponsorship agreement as the official electronics company to all Nigerian national football teams in collaboration with the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF. Yemi made the GLG PR Power List for 2023, celebrating the top 50 public relations professionals in Nigeria. Yemi holds an MBA in marketing and remains committed to impacting organizational growth through adeptly planned and executed communication strategies. Beyond his professional pursuits, Yemi is an Arsenal enthusiast, soccer pundit, Nigerian music aficionado, chess player, and a devoted family man.
Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here, and great time this morning. Just seeing everybody from across the continent, UG +254, South Africa, Lagos, Nigeria, and everywhere. So thanks for having me. Let me do this quickly. I want to share my screen with you. Quickly, and let me do this quickly. Yep. Right. Please let me know if you can see my screen, please, quickly. Thank you. It's uploading. Just a few seconds, please. So sorry for this. Sorry for the delay. Yes. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Okay, no one can hear me. Interesting. Strange. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me? If you can hear me, let me know, please. I just got feedback that you cannot hear me. Please let me know if you can hear me. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Great. So now that you can hear me, let's just proceed with the conversation for the day. You can also see my slides now. So let's just move in quickly. And I think an introduction has been done about me, but just putting a face and also just trying to do it the little way that I like doing it. So that's who I am. Marketing communication leader, 18 years, 5 industry verticals: automobile, Toyota, Subaru, Samsung Electronics, where else? Lafarge, and of course Microsoft, right? And mostly what I've done over those 18 years is simply just just strategic planning, content creation, effective communication, and storytelling. One thing that I didn't add here is I have a very strong background in data analytics as well. I'm a husband, dad with 2 kids, male 14 and female 11. So no more kids now, right? So just so you know. Hobbies include I listen to crazy Nigerian music, big fan of Burna, big fan of Davido, big fan of Wizkid, right? And of course, Ashake, the new kid on the block. I watch and analyze football crazily. No thanks to the EPL, no thanks to the Serie A, no thanks to the Bundesliga, right? And hope you guys know Nigeria is playing the Republic of Benin today. So keep rooting for the Super Eagles, right? And finally, I always try to say this. When I say this, I always get people laugh, smile, and giggle. Yes, I support the best club ever, Arsenal, for 25 years. So anywhere you see me, you see Arsenal. Fantastic. So let's go. What is the goal of what we want to achieve today? First and foremost is to set the stage for the summit by exploring the transformative power of data-driven approaches in our social impact work. This keynote will emphasize the importance of embracing future-oriented mindset and leveraging data to drive meaningful change in whatever we do from a social impact standpoint. So let's move into this. Let's dive into this. So let's look at the evolving landscape of social impact and just also getting an overview of the current state of what this sector is all about. Firstly, what is introducing this? We all know that anything that has to do with social impact tries as much as possible to address social challenges such as education, health, and what have you. The way I always, speak to this is the fact that if you know your 17 SDGs, that's it. Anything you're doing in trying as much as possible to address that, you're doing anything that has to do with social impact, right? And it encompasses a range of, organization, non-profit, social enterprise, government, development agencies across board. Everybody is trying to achieve the same thing at every given point in time as it relates to the SDG 17, right? So what are the current challenges that, that we've seen in recent times around people or organizations trying to do impact work? First and foremost, there's always going to be resource constraints. Oh, no money, no funds. And because there is no funds, there is the impact work is always at is always at the back foot of what we want to do. So resource constraint has always been there. Demand for accountability, donor agencies, organizations, gives grants to non-profit or social enterprise, and no one can really see, they are not accountable for the work that they want, that they are meant to do. So you find yourself in a situation whereby people grant non-profit to do stuff, and at the end of the day, no one can really see the impact of the work that's done. So that's the current challenge that we currently see. And of course, complex social issues across board are also one of the things. Takes, for example, in the country, the impact on the hike in fuel may change the landscape of a particular project that maybe 4 or 5 months ago has been granted to an organization. So all these things are, some of the things that are challenges. And what are the opportunities? The opportunities here are limitless. Tech would always play a very vital role. I always tell people, the day you learn how to leverage tech, the better for you. Thank God we could see Ella joining from Cyprus. You all are joining from different locations. I'm here in Lagos, and we are connected by technology to have this conversation. So whatever you do from an impact standpoint, or from a social impact standpoint, or even in anything that you're doing currently, try as much as possible to leverage tech. We always say that tech is that catalyst for reach. Tech is that catalyst for you to reach markets and opportunities that sitting at your table at home you wouldn't be able to reach. So please, there is a huge opportunity in tech. Two, collaborative efforts. Please, please, please. No one man is, the knowledge of everything. No one man is an island. Please, please, please. The new oil is collaboration. We need to collaborate in terms of same non-profit, social enterprise, collaborate with government, collaborate with the public sector, collaborate with the private sector, because once you do things like this, we are all driving, that common impact that we want to achieve together. So please, 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 collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. I won't stop saying it. If you check on my LinkedIn profile, I'm a big fan of collaboration and trust. So please, let's collaborate more. And finally, data-driven decision making. Most of us take rational decisions, right? And the opportunity in this our impact space, we need to be taking decision scientifically. Where are the numbers? Show me the data. How do you prove this should go this way, right? There's, you say, trends. From trends, you can bring what people always call predictive. You can now predict, okay, based on trends ABC, I can predict that this would happen in the next 3-4 months. You get. So let's try to imbibe that. I will just chip in a story here. So take, for example, an organization found that in the month of July, and I'm also saying this is from a Nigerian standpoint, in the month of July, August, there's always a huge sale of umbrellas. Why? Because that is the season that there is heavy rains. So take, for example, if you are working on your financial plan, you are, or from a production standpoint, or if you are someone into the sales of umbrellas, you know that you need to order more in the months of July and August because it's a no-brainer that would have more rainfalls, right? So that is a trend. Then you can now predict that, okay, based on this, I'm going to have 5 more, 10 more, 20 more umbrella sales based on what I've done previously. So when you are taking a decision, you are taking a decision based on the numbers that you have. Most often than not, as organizations, we just take rational decisions without the numbers. I am here to say that the numbers don't lie. I'm a big fan of numbers. My first degree was in statistics, and our motto is facts from figures. If you do not believe this, please, please, you are wrong. So please, please, data is another big thing that we should be very, knowledge of. So looking at the evolving landscape of social impact and, what is the increasing role of data in shaping strategy? So, for example, I have said information decision making. This is, for me, the biggest thing of them all. Information decision making. Data provides into the, what works and what does it. It enables organizations to make evidence-based division, what we call proof of execution. You already know. So once you are taking that decision, you are taking the decision based on what you know. It leads to more targeted and effective programs and optimizing resource allocation. So with data and taking an informed decision, you can now tailor better programs that the impact at the end of the day would be very successful. If you don't have those numbers, then we are just doing try and error. I would share a case study as I proceed. Two, another thing we should look is measuring impact. With numbers, with data, you can measure the impact you are making, right? You can track your key performance indicators, the outcomes. You can measure the effectiveness of the initiative that you are doing. You can really measure, at this point in time. It also helps in demonstrating the impact to, your stakeholders and refining the programs for better results. Because you have donor agencies supporting you with their grants, you want to speak to them with the numbers that this is what is happening per time, and, can we tweak the program based on what we are seeing, the trends that we are seeing in the market? right? Another thing that I'll talk about is enhancing transparency. With your data, you are as open as possible. I always tell people your only social capital is trust. Trust is driven by your transparency. You are accountable, with regards every dollar that your donor agency is giving. And of course, what you are giving back to the beneficiaries, you are giving them the whole gamut, right? Technology advancement, just like I said, would also be very key. Data analytics, machine learning, and AI, and of course, blockchain. What I always tell people, data analytics is always going to be history. You have history of information. That is data analytics. What is machine learning and AI? Machine learning is what we call predictive. Once you have the descriptive of what the history of something, you can now predict what will happen in the next few months. And of course, you have AI, or what we call data science. That is prescriptive. You can now prescribe based on 1 and 2. That means from your descriptive and your predictive, you can now prescribe what you think would happen if A, B, C, or D happens. And of course, you know about blockchain. Blockchain is a secure and a transparent tracking of our funds per time. So these are some of the technology advancements. And of course, I had mentioned about collaboration, cross-sector partnership, with nonprofit, government, private sector. Community engagement also falls into the opportunity to collaborate, whereby you can gather data per time and give feedback at every given point in time. What are the future trends? The future trends will be the emergence of Internet of Things. Some of us are currently engaging in Internet of Things, but you don't know. I don't know if on the chat room here, I don't know if how many of you currently use the Cowrie card in Lagos. If you do, please just signify or just put an emoji or something that I know. That is simply IoT, and I'll tell you in a few minutes. And of course, ethical AI. There's something you call deep fakes, where people train your data, be your facial expression, be your voice, and use it for shady things. We feel that ethical AI is one of the biggest new industries that people should be focused on, because when you see a thriving industry, trust me, people will want to use it for the wrong vices. Now, because people are not thinking of the wrong vices on how to cop that, it becomes a menace in maybe in 3-5 years. But just like I'm saying, ethical AI, or anybody who is on this call, I would advise, if you're doing anything or if you have not focused on anything, ethical AI is one of those big areas that you should be looking at. Right, so that's it. Let's go into components of a data-driven strategy. This is a whole gamut of things, but one thing is very key: data collection. How do you identify your data? So how do you gather your what data gathering method are you using? Are you using surveys? Are you using interviews? Are you using even polls online, right? And of course, what are the ethical considerations, the privacy? Hope you are very inclusive in terms of the different, how you are collecting your data. Another thing is the data quality, the accuracy, the consistency, the completeness of it, and of course, the timeliness of it. Once you are consistent per time, either if you're running a program and you are, the quality of the data is coming out at when due, definitely the outcomes will definitely prove positive based on the what you have set aside to achieve at the end of the program. And of course, analysis, big. It's for you to leverage tools. There are so many tools. There's SQL. There's also, of course, Excel. Tools that you can use to manipulate data that you churn. In some years ago, there was something called big data. Big data doesn't mean anything. It just means that a consortium or a gamut of information at every given point in time, or at a particular place at a point in time, right? So please, if you have data, please try as much as possible to leverage tools that would help you interpret what it is that is in the data. And of course, visualization is how you present the data. You could use your everyday pie chart, histogram, and all of the or things like that. But in more recent times, people are using dashboards like Tableau and Power BI. So these are also things that you can leverage in ensuring that your data is well presented and people can actually see what you are doing based on the different programs that you're running. Then finally, always integrate whatever you're doing into the organization's goal. Align the data that you are receiving with what the organization stands for. You know, in terms of the strategy the organization is trying to do, and of course the performance metrics based on the different programs that you are running per time. One thing that data would always allow us to achieve is how best we take decisions, right? This is not a matter of rule of thumb. Once you have those numbers showing up at every given point in time, your decisions are what we call scientific decisions. These are the numbers. This is how it is. You cannot go wrong if you go that route. What are obviously importance of building a data literature, like a data literate culture? Once, the first thing is education and training. We need to skill up. What we say, unlearn to relearn. We need to attend things like this kind of workshops, seminars, conferences that would help us expand our thought process and our views in terms of how we should be doing things in the modern age. Two is always promoting data literacy, you know, how people are accessing data, go leverage, use maybe data user-friendly tools that would make your work a bit more better, easier, able to access, and always encourage curiosity. If people are asking questions, when people see data, it is not always the aim thing to say, oh yes. If people are curious about your numbers, encourage it, because that shows that the person is beginning to have a handhold of data and how it is being used for the process of decision making. So please, if you have people in your organization that are always curious, when they see numbers, they always ask those questions, please don't shut them down. Encourage them, so that that thing that they are trying to be curious about might be that one thing that might be helping your organization move forward. Three, stakeholder engagement. Always be inclusive in all your approaches. When you are running or when you are initiating a program, or you have plans to run programs that you know that you want to build a data literate culture, always bring in all your stakeholders in terms of what you want to run. So take, for example, if you are trying as much as possible to run a tech related program, the first things we will look is male and female. The next thing you need to look at, geographical spread. The next thing you used to know, are we including people who are differently abled and stuff like that? We need to be inclusive in terms of what we do at every given point in time, because it is in those areas that you bring out new insights, things that people have not seen before, because your regular male female is what you use. Please go a little bit deeper in terms of inclusion on your program. The other thing that I will speak here is communication. Communicate. Anything you do part time, you need to communicate the number, who is doing well, what are we are not doing well, what the numbers are showing, what are the insights you are getting from those numbers. Please, at no point in time when you have numbers out of a program and you just store it somewhere without communicating it, you'll be doing yourself a disservice if you are doing that. Then utilizing the data insight. This is always the feedback and what you get from running such programs. Please always share, take those actions, and there's always going to be a feedback loop. Once you have gotten the insight, go back to your donor or go back to your team and say, hey guys, we looked at this program in the last 4 weeks or 2 months. We observed XYZ. How do we improve on this process? Or how do we drop this process and look for a better way out? Or the result has been excellent. How do we maintain that status quo per time. Always at every given point in time, the feedback loop is always going to be critical. Now, this is a case study that I just want to share with us, and it's just something. I know that I have a very tight time. That's why I'm trying to be as fast as possible. But this is a case study that it was a project we ran sometime last year. And let me see if I can, let me know if you can see this. So the purpose was basically local, see how we could get local talent. It was more like a local talent capacity building engagement to drive impact regionally. And that was our ambition. The overview was, the truth of the matter was, during the holiday season, we always have young people, at home. And so we thought it as an organization that, look, most often than not, people get, the quality of software engineers that are being churned out of Nigeria are not as comparable to what you find in the Western world, right? And one of the big things that we found out is that software engineers, they only start getting their hands dirty when they finish maybe their university or when they find themselves in the university. So we tried as much as possible to reverse that by 2 steps and say, hey, why don't we start giving young people who are interested in software engineering a work-like experience in secondary school, right? And because that would help them over time to acquire the right skill, build them up, and obviously when they get into the university and when they graduate, they are more qualified in terms of what the market demands require. So these were just the basics, right? And we share the basics. Now, from an impact standpoint, this is what happened. This was just 100% numbers, right? You don't even need to be part of the program, but by the time I present this with the numbers, it's as if you are immersed in the program, right? So first and foremost, we ran a 5-day teaser campaign. The application, we opened it for 48 hours. That's just 2 days. We got 299 applications. Of those 299 applications, we dovetailed to just get 20 people. Of those 20 people, the gender split was 60-40, because we were looking at people that were still in secondary school or are 1 year or 2 years in their gap year. That is, they finished secondary school, but they've not been able to get into the university. And because we capped it at the age of 19, so we discovered that 25% of the 20 people that we got were in their gap year. It was a 4 weeks program. When we tried to juxtapose between people who came from public school and private school, it was a 55-45 ratio. Our social media numbers, you could see those ones there. We also got the age distribution. We got people who were 13, 15. We figured out that the 17, 18-year-olds were the more in the class. And of course, during the application process, we were getting 46 applications every hour, right? What else did we put there? When they got into the 4 weeks program, they had 85 hours of learning, 5 hours of mentoring, and of course another 5 hours of journaling, writing, and helping to create a memorabilia of what they experienced in that period. From our own side, what did we do? We got 10 facilitators who volunteered. We also got another 10 people who were mentors to these interns at that point in time. And of course, 5 Swiss volunteered as both mentors and volunteers. So these are the numbers we literally put together. The idea at the end of the day was, do we want to still invest in this program? By the time I put these numbers out and show the impact of how we were able to run the program and people were able to volunteer, the project was also supported for another year. These are the things we need to do naturally as businesses, as nonprofits, as social enterprise, to ensure that the confidence of our donors is at heart, and we try as much as possible to be transparent. So what are the common challenges and solutions to deploy? Just like I said, resource limitation, technical expertise, and data accessibility. How do you resolve that? Collaboration, learn, capacity building, leverage technology, and data accessibility. Data accessibility is always a big problem. Try as much as possible to be open. If you have information, share so that somebody can leverage that information to get outcomes and better results that can be used by everyone. These are the latest advancements in data analytics. Mentioned some AI and machine learning, blockchain, and of course, Internet of Things. I would share this. I'll leave the deck so you can make use of it. But it further speaks to these three levels of advancement in data analytics. AI is going to play a pivotal role, and machine learning. They will play a pivotal role in terms of how data analytics will be looked at in the years to come. Blockchain, from a resource funding standpoint, transparency standpoint, accountability standpoint, this will also come in handy. For Internet of Things, just like I said, how many of you here that are using the Cowrie card? Do you know that the Cowrie card helps to track your footprint in Lagos per day? Do you know the Cowrie card is also used as part of security measures within Lagos State? Do you know that the Cowrie card, I can literally use your Cowrie card to know where you have been to, your footprints in Lagos per time? These are some of those basic things that you call Internet of Things, not the advanced one of your fridge speaking to your Alexa and all that. I'm just typically showing you what a typical IoT solution that maybe most of us don't know that exists now, right? That are currently being used in today's world. It is those advancements per time, that when we leverage it during our work in our social impact work, it would bring out or churn out results on the go. What are the future trends in technology? There will be a convergence of AI, blockchain, and IoT. It is going to be, they would all come together. Now they stand independently, but as we look at trends, future trends, there will be a convergence of AI, blockchain, IoT. So if you feel AI currently is a badass guy, think about when it is being converged, when they are combined to achieve results. So that is how the future of technology is being seen, and of course, this would further enhance how people will leverage data in reporting and of course in delivering outcomes of project. One thing that I've mentioned before and I will still mention is ethical AI. This is going to be a big deal. Again, I would say it. If you are currently in the social impact space and you are looking for an area to venture into or you want to drive advocacy for, ethical AI is one. It's just like, think about it. When everybody went online, people started using online for the wrong vices, right? And that is what emerged. So for people to help curb the menaces online, we got things like, or we got something to call something we now call cybersecurity. You go check the earnings of cybersecurity experts, because anytime there is a good thing, people will try to create the wrong vices, and the outcome of the wrong vices, a new opportunity will come. So in the case of online, it is cybersecurity. In the case of AI, it is going to be ethical AI. At some point in time, we know that the name will metamorphose. So if you currently feel, or if you currently are looking for a new area that you need to venture into, and you need to be an expert or a thought leader in that space, since it's still very green or still virgin right now, this is one area that I would advise anybody to delve into. And how do we say, what are the ethical and responsible use of data? Would always say your data privacy and consent. So if we are running any project part time, let's don't take it as a rule of thumb. We need to seek the data privacy and consent from the person that we are making use of their information. And we should tell them at every given point in time, this is what we want to use your data for at every given point in time. Another thing is the avoidance of biases. Let's don't be biased in say, for example, in our surveys, in our data collection. Is just like you having somebody who is visually impaired and you're asking the person, can you see? That's a biased question. So let us also be ethical in the kind of questions, and let us avoid biases in terms of things like this. And finally, we have to be transparent and accountable. This I would not stop to emphasize. We need to be transparent. I have worked with nonprofits. I have given them grants, and I cannot see. It was a struggle to see the outcome of what we did. So I need us, be it as nonprofit or people that find ourselves in the social enterprise space, always be transparent and be accountable at every given point in time. My call to action definitely is to ensure that let us be data driven. Let us also have a data decision making process. Let's leverage our insights in terms of, once we are running projects or once we are running programs, we are leveraging it at every given point in time for the, for the better of the programs that we are doing. And I think that's it for me. If there is any question, I know I just have to make that run quickly, but yes, that's it. If there's question, please feel free to ask. And thank you more for showing up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oluwamuyemi. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you 100%.
All right, that was a lovely presentation, and I'm super, super amazed by that. And a lot of people have been asking for the deck you shared. Please do well to share that with us so that we can share across to all attendees. And one thing that struck me in all that you said was ethical AI, and that's so interesting because with everything in life, you want to have healthy balance. Yes, there is this great opportunity in AI, in machine learning, but then you want to be able to have some form of not just redundancy, but to have some form of governance on that. And ethical AI is that way to go. But off everything serious, I just have one thing to speak with you. Please tell your coach to help us break the hold of Manchester City on the EPL by winning the EPL this season. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Hello everyone once again. Thank you so much for joining this great event. This is the Social Impact Marketing Summit 2024, and I'm sure that you had such a blessed time hearing Mr. Oluwamuyemi. My note was filled, but just to remind about the objective of this event, it is to empower non-profit leaders, to empower non-profit organizations, to celebrate leaders, and also to foster collaboration. And I'm so grateful because Mr. Oluwamuyemi, he mentioned in his speech that one thing that we should do as a call to action is training, and one of that places is here, the Hexam Media sponsored event that we're having right now. But I will just give way for the co-conveners of this event, Giving Tuesday Nigeria. Please celebrate them in the chat section. They are the reason why we're also here. They are co-conveners of this 2024 Social Impact Marketing Summit. So I'm going to be giving way for their representative, Mrs. Folakemi, to tell us a little bit, just a little bit about Giving Tuesday Nigeria and all the impact what they are making. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And I'm super excited to be here this morning. Thank you for joining us from all over the world. We are super excited to have you here this morning. And I want to say a big thank you to Hexam Media for this wonderful opportunity for us to be co-convener of the Social Impact Marketing Summit 2024. So I'm just going to be sharing briefly with us what Giving Tuesday is all about and how we have been unleashing the power of generosity around the world. So just a brief summary of what Giving Tuesday is all about. Giving Tuesday was created in 2012 as a simple idea, a day that encourages people to do good. And over 10 years now, this idea has grown into a global movement that inspires millions of people to give and to collaborate and celebrate generosity. So Giving Tuesday usually comes up every Tuesday after the Thanksgiving, and it's a day to do good. So whether you're reaching out to someone out there, making someone smile, or helping a neighbor or a stranger, or standing up for a cause, or sharing to the needy, we believe that every act of generosity counts. And Giving Tuesday is in over 90 countries. So if you're joining us, if you're not in Nigeria, you can always be part of the network of the movement in your respective countries. And leaders in different countries, they work with their own communities, non-profits, platforms, religious institutions, families, schools, and partners, to drive increase in giving, connection, and innovation. So you can be part of us in any country that you are. Giving Tuesday is a movement that brings people together as countries, as communities, as coalition, as causes, and as organization and caring individuals. So Giving Tuesday inspires people to give, to collaborate, and celebrate all types of generosity. So therefore, Giving Tuesday is filled with that idea that everyone has something to give, irrespective of your background, irrespective of what you do, irrespective of your political views. We believe that everyone has something to give and that every act of generosity is meaningful. At Giving Tuesday Nigeria, our mission is centered on raising awareness about the significance of giving and generosity. We want to make Giving Tuesday an household name in Nigeria and as a recognized and embraced tradition in every Nigerian community. So Giving Tuesday Nigeria is a movement that is made up of grassroots leaders united by shared purpose, to do good. This We have state leaders in different states in Nigeria. Our community efforts are powered by the dedication of our state leaders. So even if you're not in Lagos, you can be part of the movement. You can join our network in different states in Nigeria. We have leaders in about 13 states in Nigeria presently that you can be part of the network in the respective state. Giving Tuesday is an incredible opportunity to inspire generosity. It's also a way to tell your story about what you are doing in your organization or what you are doing to give back to your own community. And how can you participate on Giving Tuesday? There are several ways that you can be part of Giving Tuesday. You can volunteer your time, you can volunteer your voice, or lend a helping hand. You can also create or join an existing community or join our community campaign. And you can also create your own Giving Tuesday event. You can come up with, an event to celebrate generosity in your own way. You can also advocate and spread the word about Giving Tuesday. So don't hesitate to send us a mail or reach out to us on our social media platform. You can follow us on Instagram, on Facebook at Giving Tuesday Nigeria, on X at Giving Tuesday N. And together on Giving Tuesday, the Global Day of Giving, that will be coming up December 3rd, 2024. Join us to give back to your respective community. So thank you, and that's it from my hand here.
Wow, thank you so much, Mrs. Folakemi, for that beautiful presentation. I've always known about the work of Giving Tuesday, but I'm grateful for the call to action which you shared, and I'm so grateful that everyone coming on stage is talking about call to actions. Remember, I said that Louis Ho is the great inspirational speaker said that nothing happens if you do not take action. So if you're interested in the Giving Tuesday initiative and you want to also, of course, you should be interested. Please take action by joining the community, by spreading the word about the impact they are making. Don't forget that Giving Tuesday is also the co-conveners of this great event that we are enjoying and also getting so much value from. But on the next lineup of events, I want to introduce someone who is coming in all the way from India to speak to us about visual design for storytelling. Like I said, I hope your notes are ready because you're going to learn so much and a little bit of secret. I checked up on her and she has so much, they have so much to share. So I'm going to leave way for the introductions right now. Please do well to give your attention and, of course, drop your comments in the chat. Thank you so much.
A writer and creative consultant with nearly a decade of experience in advertising, copywriting, marketing, communications, branding, world building, product innovation, and content strategy, Kanksha works to leave a positive impact, and her communication style brings with it an element of descriptive storytelling, which has proved particularly beneficial to CSR projects like Domex's #ToiletForBaby, Singapore's Free Food for All fundraising campaigns, Giving Tuesday's presence in India, and India's Swachh Bharat ODF campaign. As a professional, she is fond of innovation and research, and strives to ensure that the eventual output, no matter what the format or country, is three things: honest, relevant, creative. Akanksha's current interests, be they in communication, product innovation, education, mental health aid, strategy, or marketing, are focused on the neurodivergent and the environment, separately and in congruence.
Hi, I am floored by that introduction. I don't know how I'm going to follow up with that, but good morning, good afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are. Thank you so much to everyone at Hexam Media for having me here. I'm Akanksha Bhattacharya, and I've spent most of my professional life in the field of advertising and marketing. Now, given that I've been requested to speak about visual communication, I will touch upon the importance of data for impact communication because this is a data-driven theme that we're running here. A couple of case studies and the basic areas that need research before starting a campaign, especially a visual communication campaign on social media. We'll just be focusing on social media. We won't go into out-of-home campaigns at the moment. And in case we have time and my computer doesn't act up, I'll be showing you two videos by P&G. Yes, it's a corporate, but those two videos are very relevant in terms of visual communication. If I can't share them, I will share the names with you and then you can take a look. Also, I can't see anyone else except myself, so this is going to be awkward, but let's get into it. I also apologize for my very simple PPT. I flip-flopped quite a bit on how to approach this topic on visual communication, and I just decided on the outline a few hours ago. So I'll be sharing my screen now, and hopefully I'll be able to impart some useful knowledge. Let me just share, and yep. I seem to be having some trouble with, here, share screen, got it, thank you. Okay. So let's dive in. In the impact sector, where resources like time and money are limited and the stakes are high, effective communication is not just a tool, it's a necessity. Now, what is communication, right? We use it a lot, but it's just simply a transfer of information from one person or entity to the other. Now we can do this orally through visuals, expressions. Think about your mom's stern expression when she wants you to do something, words, even perhaps someday through telepathy. But there is so much information around us. So how can we ensure that our messaging cuts through the noise and creates real change? The answer, surprisingly, even though this is about visuals, is data. Organizations that use data to drive the communication are more likely to mobilize support, secure funding, and create lasting impact. And what does data-driven communication mean? It means using data to tailor messages for greater accuracy, relevance, and emotional connection, particularly in some of the most important pertinent spaces today, which include social causes, environmental causes, and humanitarian aid issues. Now we'll quickly go through one of the projects I was a part of back in 2018 or 2019. It was a not-for-profit called Free Food for All. And oops, we'll go back. Okay, so I don't know how to go back. Just give me a second, I will reshare. So in the meantime, while I'm representing, I'll just tell you a little bit about Free Food for All. It is a Singapore-based organization that was working towards zero hunger in Singapore. I know that's surprising. I was surprised that there was such an organization as well, but there are a lot of people in Singapore who did not receive nutritious food. And here, this is where we will go. So the objective here was essentially to raise funds from corporates, raise funds from individuals, and the objective was not to increase followers. That was a happy byproduct, but the main agenda was to increase fundraising. And given that there is so much clutter in this industry, right? There's so much clutter in terms of everyone asking for money, everyone showing happy faces, everyone showing food, that it was imperative for us to stand out in that regard, right? So what we did essentially before we started on a communications approach was that my partner and I, we did research on donor types, donor behavior, beneficiary behavior, socioeconomic and political trends, something I feel that people miss out on because you have to be aware of current affairs, their impact on the common people and on corporates, and so on and so forth. We also analyzed existing followers we had on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and looked at essentially the posts they like, what they spend time on. We went deep into the psychographic, not just through the data provided by Instagram, but also through research done on other platforms like Neurovision, which is an eye tracking platform, eye tracking software, and back then there was this thing called Hype Audit. So we looked at information from there. So there were a lot of important sources where we tried to gather data from. And this data, of course, and primary research where we interviewed people who were necessarily the stakeholders, right? So let's just quickly look at the results that we got from there. Like after we did all our research, we created a communications approach. And obviously human images were an important part of it. But just let's see whether it made a dent, right? So our daily donations, which were generally around $50, Singapore dollars, increased by 50% in the first month to 80% in the second month during the donation campaigns. Organic donation, which is essentially we weren't asking for money, we were just posting on LinkedIn, we were just posting on Instagram, increased by 25%, as you will see here. And followership on LinkedIn, where we weren't paying too much attention, we essentially had, can you still hear me? Okay, I'm hoping you can because I can't see you guys. Followership on LinkedIn increased by 10%. every time an article was shared. Now, this is interesting primarily because what we ended up doing on LinkedIn back then was analyzing the kind of content that was going out. And it was very text heavy content, very serious, without a touch of humor, no photographs. So what we did was we started creating lifestyle centric listicle posts, right? And we also started creating very niche topics on hunger with images. We were primarily giving an image-centric story, so people wouldn't have to read too much on LinkedIn, and it gave them visual relief. And what we learned, of course, was impact-based fundraising, like over here, did better. I'll come back to that. Impact-based fundraising did better, followed closely by data-centric fundraising, and I'll get to what I mean by that in a bit. People responded to scientific facts, which we were very surprised about. We put them in forms of comic strips. People wanted to know why children need food, right? Why we are asking people for money for a specific kind of food. Why can't we just give them biscuits or Coke, etc.? So I'll come to that post again in a while. And of course, human-centric posts showing smiling people worked. But what worked better was the fact that we were showing dynamism. And again, I will show you an example in the next visual. And of course, niche articles on LinkedIn. Now, these were some of the posts that we had shared. Very simple posts. I know they don't look visually very appealing by today's standards, but these increased our followership by 50%, even though we weren't targeting that, and of course increased our daily donations by 50 to 80%. Now, posts like this over here, we're at 20.13%, we're at 20.6%. These ensured that people came back to donate every month or every week, because they were aligned with what was happening, as opposed to a bunch of data being shared to them on an emailer. They were apprised of the contribution of the campaign on a weekly basis and on how much and how far the campaign had gone, right? Visuals like this, where you see the banana and the apple, did not do well, mostly because there is no context. When you just look at the visual, you have no context. Okay, it's fruits and apples, so what? Great picture. Posts like this, where you can see people helping other people out, where you can see this man smiling. This man smiling with a box is one of the most popular photographs on this particular Instagram page. These did immensely well, and the days we shared this, our donations jumped by around 120% on that day. And of course, it had a story to go with it, but these images captured attention because they showed dynamism. It wasn't just a person smiling. Now, on Instagram, the thing is, this layout was very normal. We cut through the cut clutter mostly with the help of sharing educational information. But this particular post that you see here, right? I don't think you can see it there, but will you skip your coffee for today? This didn't do that well on Instagram. In fact, this didn't perform very well on Instagram at all, but it did immensely well on LinkedIn, something that we were not expecting, because you don't usually see colorful posts there. We also received a lot of requests from big organizations in Singapore asking us how they can donate and whom to reach out to donate large sums of money, and whether we have a bank account number. So this was one way we broke through the clutter unexpectedly on LinkedIn, which just tells you experimentation always pays. And this is the information I was talking about. So a lot of people were wondering why we couldn't just give children why they couldn't just directly donate food to children. And that was because we didn't trust them to donate the right kind of food. And we told them what the wrong kind of food could do. So this kind of illustration helped us gain, again, more followers and more funding. I think the day we posted this, this didn't get too many likes. I think it just got around 29 likes. Back then, the followership was around 1,200. But we did, I think, make about 2,000 Singapore dollars within 3 hours of posting this visual. And again, Giving Tuesday as well, we overhauled all social media platforms that added more human-centric stories, increased engagement by 110%. I'll just show you examples of this. So before this, most of the items on Giving Tuesday were very graphic focused. So over here, when we started using the grid format, which is again old, this was recent, this was done last year, but we added something new to the grid format so that every picture had a story on the side. We can't just flash a picture sometimes when it's a grid and just expect people to come and like it. So we made sure that every grid mattered, and if there was copy on the image, that it was related to that part of the picture that was visible. That tiny foot that you see there over here, this was talking about moving forward and stepping ahead and asking people to stay tuned at the same time. These visuals over here of people doing well and good things garnered some of the fastest likes while I was with Giving Tuesday for 2.5 months. This was a normal person just chatting away to glory. She was a teacher, and we spoke about literacy on World Literacy Day. Her video within, I think, an hour got about 12,000 views, way more than anything else on Giving Tuesday at that time. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough manpower to continue this at that point, but I believe that there are enough videos there now. So yes, I'm just sharing the impact that visuals and impactful visuals had on fundraising and garnering traction, right? Now, we'll just quickly jump into why, so with all of this, how do I summarize what I want to talk about? Where should I look for data? There's data everywhere. So how should I categorize the data such that I know I'm getting the most relevant data? So over here, we'll talk about the 3 C's, right? So the 3 C's here mean content, context, and clutter. Now, content here means substance, right? What do I want to share? How do I want to share it? The visual as well, essentially. How do I want to share it? Is it in video format? Is it in text format? Is it in static post format? Is it an article? This is where content comes in, right? So over here, when we usually search for data on content, what we need to keep in mind is what we want to achieve, right? Do we want to tell people we are thought leaders? Do we simply want to tell people that, do we want to reinforce an idea? Do we want to tell people we exist? Each of these approaches will have you looking at data in a different manner. For example, if we are trying to just exist, if we want to tell people we exist, what we'll do is perhaps a simple static post, maybe a video, brand video if we have the money. Our colors might be similar to colors that are already existing in that industry specific sphere. For example, we maybe use green and blue if we're talking about the environment. And of course, content, again, we will have to look at how we want to subdivide the content. So my rule of thumb is essentially knowledge about the outside. So it's knowledge about the outside, knowledge about the self, that is your organization, and knowledge about the cause. So if you cover these 3 things, your content is more often than not going to be quite solid, and then you can study how best to approach it visually. For example, visual flowcharts. So flowcharts are great for making decisions. They do really well when we want to ask people to donate, when we want to ask people to reach out to their members of parliament or senators or congressmen or whatever they're called in the respective countries. Videos do excellently when we want to ask for funds. Fundraising works immensely well when you have one video that you kind of keep putting out there organically or through paid promotion. And then we have context. Here, we will include purpose, audience, location, and culture. Now, why have I put purpose here? Purpose, again, is objective. If I want to raise funds from a corporate, right, like I am not going to then, let's move to location, put up posters or put up content on social media like Instagram or put up information on walls in rural villages. I'm going to go to a place frequented by people who by decision holders in corporate companies, right? So this could be people who are leading CSR, people who are leading HR, people who are leading perhaps a given vertical, sustainability vertical, right? So that is why it is important to know the purpose of your campaign. Next, audience. Again, your purpose will define your audience, whether it's going to be whether it's going to be the beneficiaries of whether it's going to be beneficiaries, whether it's going to be donors, whether it's going to be the masses. Your approach is going to be different for each one of them, right? And then, of course, location. In advertising, we have a saying, it doesn't matter how beautiful your deliverable is. It doesn't matter how beautiful your video is, how beautiful your song is, how well designed your post is, or how phenomenal your out-of-home innovation is. It has no value if it isn't put in front of the right people. And that is why location should be one of your top priorities when you're thinking of a campaign. And next, of course, culture, because I don't think I need to explain this because everyone here is a communications expert, I believe. Your communication has to resonate with the people you are reaching out to and be true to the culture that you are representing. You cannot have, for example, I cannot talk about a problem in India and essentially have and go to the rural population in India and essentially have something that is very focused on a piece of deliverable that is focused on Caucasians or Western cultures. This is a whole conversation on global South and global North, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to rush. And the last bit is clutter. This is the information that is essentially all over the place, that is also trending at the same time that you want to do your campaign, and also information that is the same as ours, essentially other organizations who do the same thing that we're doing, and they're sharing the same items in the same format that we want to share them in. So I'm going to end my screen share here because I'd like to discuss a little more about essentially the clutter aspect of this, and then we'll wrap up. Okay, I have no idea how much. Oh, okay, I can see the screen now. Sorry, I stammered that much. Anyway, given all the info, so let's just quickly recap. When you're looking at data for communication, it is important to know what kind of data you're looking for, right? And you have to ask the right questions when you're going into AI, even if you're asking AI, right? So we have, again, the 3 C's: content, context, clutter. Clutter is important because it helps you understand, yes, I'm aware. Clutter is important because it helps you understand what you need to cut through. It helps you to declutter. So, which is why it's important to understand clutter, right? So given all the information that is there, all the sensory overload that we go through, not just on our devices, but also in life, it is important for organizations working in the impact sector to stand out. Everyone uses similar visuals. Everyone uses similar happy faces. light blue and yellow for children's causes in Africa, pink for women's causes. And this isn't a bad thing because it tells people, hey, these colors are similar, probably a trustworthy organization. But what happens when you want to stand out? This is where, and I know we spent a lot more time on data here than on visual communication, but this is where visual communication comes into play. And I cannot, it's like the whole purpose of this talk for me was to tell you that I cannot tell you what the best way to visually, what the best way is for you to visually share your information, because it will depend on the research that you gather. Just like the research we gathered for Singapore, all that cutesy stuff that we were uploading for Fridays for free food for all in Singapore would not have flown in India. It would not have worked. India is not the kind of country that would have responded to such cutesy images at that point, right? So, but the one thing that I can definitively say is that videos are always going to be relevant. So please, 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 I know it's difficult for impact organizations to invest in videos, but if you can invest in videos, not just at a grassroots level, not just like going out there feels from the video, but also short documentaries, if you can create those, you can reuse them multiple times, and that helps in getting the point across, that helps tell your story. And yeah, I'll end it because I think I've taken too much time. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. And if anyone has any pointers on how to give good talks digitally, please hit me up as well.
Thank you so much, Kasha. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation. I really enjoyed it, to be honest. And for me, what stood out was the sincerity that you shared about some posts performing well on LinkedIn, but not performing at all on Instagram. And as a former social media manager myself, I have seen that happen one too many times on social media. So I really love that vulnerability that you shared. So not just everything was good from beginning to end on Instagram. And I just hope that the non-profit leaders take this charge to understand that it might be time constraining, but it's important to at least invest in the top three social media platforms. And of course, if it gets too much, this is where your volunteers come in. You can help outsource some other platforms that maybe your internal team is not covering. So thank you so much for sharing that, and also sharing the fact that having clutter and also context is really key in communication patterns. So kind of you to have graced us with your presentation. There's some comments in the chat section. Okay, just everyone thanking you for sharing. And someone is asking here that they would love more details on clutter, on what you mean by clutter. So maybe in just 60 seconds, just give us an ending note.
Okay. So what I mean by clutter is essentially the overload of information that you're going through across social media, which makes it difficult for your brand which makes it difficult for your brand to stand out. And I don't just mean in the impact sector. This is also clutter from outside. All those cat videos, all those dancing videos on TikTok, all of them add to clutter, right? All the music you constantly keep listening to when you're looking at videos, that is clutter. That takes away from your attention span, that takes away from the user's attention span. And we want the user to focus on our product, right? So sometimes when you want to break the clutter, you can also be quiet. You don't sometimes need to have music, for example. You sometimes don't have to have words. Sometimes you don't have to have visuals at all and just a blank screen. Which is why it's important to understand clutter and what kind of clutter your audience is receiving, so that you can go in the opposite direction. If you need more details, please hit me up. And also, please, everyone, if you can, watch these two videos by PNG. Thank You Mom, Sochi Olympics 2012. No words were used, beautiful visuals, and one was an exhilarating ad and the other was a more emotional, relatable ad. And guess what? The one that was more emotional, both were emotional, but the one that was more emotional and less visually appealing actually did better. So that's another learning. And I don't know how I'll share the links with you guys. Just let me know, and I'll let the next speaker or the promotions come on board now.
Yep, thank you, Akansha. Please just share the links to us and then we'll share it in the chat section for everyone joining from YouTube. Thank you so much for joining all the way from India. We're so appreciative. Crossing the Indian Ocean to present to an African audience, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you for joining the Sims 2024. If you're just joining, you haven't missed a lot, but you may have missed some. And I'm super. I'm grateful to be your host. My name is Imo, but I'm not the star of today. You are the star of today. Humanitarians making impact in Africa, change makers, leaders of non-profit making impact. And right now, I would love to take off my glasses because I want to see quite well. This is the time for us to, of course, recognize some impact leaders. And I'm removing my glasses because I want to see who those winners will be. I know you have been anticipating this moment, but I'm not responsible for showing everyone who or honoring anyone here. We have partners who are going to come on stage to do that. Their name is Crowder. So, in case you don't know, Crowder is a digital fundraising platform that helps non-profits, charities, and impact makers to raise funds for their impact causes, their worthy causes, and their social change initiatives. So they're going to do us the honors of conducting the first batch of awards announcement. Crowder, please, if you're on stage, let me know. Are you ready? Are you ready? Thank you so much. Is
Welcome
Crowder
to the
on
second
stage?
edition of the Humanitarians of Africa Awards. In this special virtual edition, we are honoring unsung heroes in the impact sector. We celebrate the extraordinary individuals and organizations across our continent who dedicate their lives to making a difference. In every corner of Africa, there are stories of courage, compassion, and relentless determination. These are the stories we honor tonight. From the remote villages to the bustling urban centers, Africa faces significant challenges that can often feel insurmountable. But in the face of adversity, there are those who refuse to stand by. They are the ones who see hope where others see despair, who see opportunity where others see obstacles. These are the unsung heroes of our time, the changemakers who quietly transform lives and communities every day. Their work may not always make headlines, but their impact resonates deeply within the hearts of those they serve. Through various categories, we honor those who embody the spirit of Africa, resilient, compassionate, and visionary. We celebrate a range of humanitarian efforts, from the tireless leaders who inspire us all, to the storytellers who give voice to the voiceless. From the social entrepreneurs driving change through innovation, to the volunteers who give their time and energy to uplift others. This award is not just about the recognition of past achievements. It is a call to action, a reminder that each of us has the power to create positive change. As we honor our nominees and winners, let us be inspired by their stories, motivated by their courage, and committed to continuing their legacy of humanitarianism. Together, we are stronger. Together, we can build a brighter future for Africa.
Thank you so much for the honor of presenting this award. Please, can you kindly confirm that you can hear me? Okay, thank you. So I'm Rocket from Crowder, and I'll be presenting this category of award. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present the award category for the Social Entrepreneur of the Year at the HOA Awards 2024. This award recognizes an innovative African entrepreneur who uses business for positive social impact by addressing social, environmental, or economic challenges with sustainable solutions for African communities. The nominees for this award are and the winner of this award category goes to Teresa Ungo from Kenya. Pardon me if I didn't get that pronoun. And the next award category is the Social Enterprise of the Year. So we are honored to present the
Social Enterprise of the Year category at the HOA Awards 2024. And this award recognizes a social enterprise in Africa recognized for excellence in social entrepreneurship, innovation, sustainability, and social impact on people's lives across the continent. And the nominees for these categories are Muhazu Africa from Nigeria. Congratulations. Lastly, we have the award category for the Humanitarian of Africa. And this award recognizes an individual recognized for their significant impact on African humanitarian efforts through dedication, compassion, and selflessness. They demonstrate exceptional commitment to alleviating suffering, promoting human dignity, and building resilience in African communities. And the nominees for these award categories are and the winner for this award category goes to Agnes Onyenkwere from Nigeria. So we have come to the end of this category of award presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone who won these first categories. We are so excited to have you here again. Welcome to everyone. If you're just joining in, my name is Ella. Please feel free to call me Ella, founder and CEO of Hexam Media. And we're moving very quickly to the next phase of the summit. We're having all the way from Waxy, Ghana, Mr. Fifi, who will be sharing with us about building and creating effective communication strategies. So ladies and gentlemen, please meet Fifi Boateng.
FUTURISTIC, a communication luminary with over 6 years of dedicated experience in the development sector, has had the privilege of working with prestigious organizations such as the French Embassy, Spanish Embassy, Ford Foundation, FCDO, Bond UK, Mott Foundation, Rights Collab, Wild Gonzen, TechSoup West Africa, European Union Delegation in Ghana, ECOWAS, and more. His work has taken him across several West African countries, including Senegal, the Gambia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and beyond. Armed with a degree in economics and unconventional credentials, FUTURISTIC's journey has been defined by hands-on experiences in diverse environments, shaping his expertise in mobilizing support for advocacy, digital safety and security, and his passion for digital rights and artificial intelligence. His background equips him with a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of communication and technology within the development landscape. FUTURISTIC's expertise encompasses a range of skills, including branding, visual storytelling, innovation, and technology. His versatile approach allows him to navigate complex challenges and drive meaningful change within communities. He is resolute in his mission to build an Africa where every individual, especially the youth, has equitable opportunities for a brighter future. FUTURISTIC's vision is anchored in integrity, fairness, peace, and prosperity. His strategic communication methods involve amplifying the voices of marginalized groups, forging connections between solutions, and spotlighting opportunities for growth and development. Through his work, FUTURISTIC aims to pave the way towards a future where Africa's potential is fully realized, leveraging his diverse experiences and expertise for impactful change.
Hello, everyone. Good morning from Accra, Ghana. I'm really honored to be here to be able to share, my experience in strategic communication for non-profits. So if you permit me, I will like to share my screen. Okay, this will take a few moments. Okay. Right. Okay, perfect. Please, can we confirm if you can all see my screen? Okay. All right. So I'll jump straight into it. So I think there's a bit of a compatibility issue with the slides, but I'm sure we'll be able to resolve this as we move on. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from. My name is Fifi, and I think the introduction was done earlier on in the video. So I'll be taking you through creating an effective communication strategy for your nonprofit. I have limited time, so pardon me if I speak quite fast. I'll try and cover everything I can in the given time. All right. So to begin, nonprofits, in my experience that I've been working with, tend to focus more, on proposal writing, and there isn't enough communication being done. It's almost like when engaging in communication is always like an afterthought. But with this session, I'll run you through briefly how you can craft an effective communication strategy for your nonprofit. In this session, this is what we're going to look at. First, we're going to look at how you can align your communication with your mission as an organization or as a nonprofit. And then we'll also be able to identify and understand our audience and how to engage them. We'll also look at how we can craft impactful messages through storytelling to be able to connect and then also engage properly. We'll further on go and look at choosing the right channels. Once you've been able to create your message, how do you even convey that message to your audience? We'll look at which channels to use and how the channels can also play a crucial role in your strategic communication. And then last but not least, we'll also look at monitoring and adapting your strategy whilst you are implementing them to get the best out of them effectively and efficiently. Okay, so jumping straight into the first one. So like I mentioned earlier on, this will be the aspect of what do you plan on communicating? And because when you pick up your mission as an organization, it's what you've set out to do, and what is that? And the communication in itself, for an organization, is supposed to reflect the key and the core values and purpose of an organization. So once you're able to have this in mind, it will also further on inform the communication goals you want to achieve. So some communication goals might depend on which thematic area you are operating as a nonprofit. Either you are set out, your communication goal could be that you are communicating to either advocate, or you're communicating to create awareness, or you're communicating to raise funds, or you're also even communicating sometimes to educate people. So once you've been able to clearly define, because I believe your communication strategy comes from being able to clearly define your mission as an organization. Then from there, the communication strategy you develop is supposed to support or provide some form of support for your mission, to be able to let people know clearly what you're about, to tell people what you set out to do. Then based on that, then you can also define your communication goals. And like I mentioned, awareness, it could be advocacy, it could be fundraising. So a typical example would be, for example, an environmental nonprofit that is looking to engage both the community they are working in, or the community that's probably suffering from some environmental issue, and also the government. As an organization like this, your communication goal should be able to encompass these two purposes. First, how to create awareness for the communities you are working in, and also to engage or to advocate with the government for policy change as well. So this is in essence what We mean when you have to align your mission to your goals in terms of your communication strategy. The next phase we're going to look at is who. Now that you've been able to define what you want to talk about, now who do you want to tell it to? And this is where identifying and understanding your audience are the same. Just like the 5 fingers on our hands, do not have the same. I think I dropped it briefly there to pick up where I left off. Like I mentioned, all audiences are not the same, and communication is not a one size fits all. When you approach it with a one size fits all, it will not cut it, because if you look at it from that angle, you will miss great opportunities to connect with people. So first thing you need to do is able to look at your stakeholders as an organization. Which people are interested in what you do? Which people have some form of interest or have some form of influence, or would be more likely to pay attention to what you do. So once you're able to identify these audience, then you can segment them. So that's where you can look at people like the community you serve or the constituents you serve, the donors, the government officials that along the way you might need them to help support your program, your other NGOs that work in the same field. Once you've been able to segment them in this order, then you can tailor your message, because each audience will require specific message to connect and to engage with them. So for example, the same way you might use for social media for youthful people, for young people online to engage and share information, raise awareness in communities or in rural areas, you might need to look at how you can channel your messages to them, because the message might not be the same when it comes to carrying out the message. The other thing that you need to also do is understanding the database of your audience. Basically, that will also inform the kind of message you curate and even the type of content you use in engaging your audience. So this is very important, because now as an organization, you may want to sit back and critically analyze all the key stakeholders you engage or who have interest in what you do as an organization. So if you are into women empowerment, then obviously your first key stakeholder will be women who are marginalized or who are underprivileged in certain areas. The second one will also be government, because they might have the power or influence to make some change in effect. And your other stakeholders might want to also consider will be other NGOs who are working in the same field, and you might also want to think about partnering with them and all that. So at being able to identify your key stakeholders, it is almost something it is imperative. You cannot do communication without being able to identify your audience. Your next phase is how. So the how basically is how are you going to convey, engage these people or your stakeholders or your audience that you've been able to identify once you begin your communication strategy. Which channel? Like I mentioned earlier, once you're able to identify them, that will help you identify where you can find them and where you can engage them. So the first thing you might want to know is that when you decide to engage your key stakeholders or your audience, you need to consider being able to connect with them emotionally, which is very key, because at the end of the day, every stakeholder is a human being just like yourself. And as human beings, we crave for connection. Without connection, we can't make meaning of any information that we receive. So it's very, very important that in your efforts to craft your message or tell your story or try and communicate or engage with them for support or for awareness, you need to be able to craft compelling messages that will be able to connect emotionally. Because you can also look at it like in the religious setting, for most religious setting of in the church, I am a Christian. Normally, during church periods, before you raise funds or before the pastors raise funds, they try to connect with you. They win your heart, then they win your pockets, which is very important, because then once they're able to win your heart, every other thing else sort of falls in place. And it's that same kind of concept. So as a non-profit, if you embark on crafting a message to connect with your audience that you've been able to identify, make sure that you're able to connect emotionally, which is very, very clear. Moving on, the next thing I also want to do is, after you've been able to craft your message for your audience, always make sure you have a clear call to action. Sometimes we get lost, in the message with passion, that we forget to tell them what they should do after we've been able to engage them or connect them. It is very key. So because the clear steps of having a call to action is what will determine what happens after they receive the message. They need to take action on these messages once we've been able to connect with them. And also be authentic. You need to reflect exactly what it is. There's no need to try and sound like the UN, because that is not who you are. If you're working for a community, it is very, very important that you're able to channel the actual voice of the community, or the actual voice of wherever you are representing, which community or organization you're representing. Have your own unique voice. That is what will separate you from every other organization that's also communicating online. Because if you decide to sound like somebody, we are all going to sound the same, and we might not be able to make the impact that we are looking for, or even engage or connect. One other thing, this festival, this summit is also, data based, looking at how we can use data to communicate. So you cannot communicate without data. Once you're able to combine emotional connection with data, that's where you actually make credible connections that mean something, connections that people can relate. And you don't even have to write proposals for people to support you. People will chase you with support, basically. So you need to always have this in mind. Always back your stories or your message with data, because that is also the evidence of what you are doing. So here's an example of how you can, convey an impactful message. An example would be a health organization or health nonprofit that has carried out, some health interventions in the community. So what they do here is that for them to connect emotionally, they pick a constituent who has benefited from their intervention to tell their story. And here is key. Sometimes you might even need to allow these people to speak in the language they're comfortable in. You don't have to force them to speak English. You can let them speak in the language they're comfortable in, and then they can easily, channel the emotions, the thoughts, and the feeling in a genuine way. Remember, you have to be authentic. And this is one way of being authentic. Allow people to tell the stories in the language they are, comfortable in. That way, they're able to channel every single emotion they need. And once you have them, telling the story of how they've benefited from this intervention, then you can back it up with the statistics of several other women who have sort of benefited from the same intervention. This way, you sort of allow your audience into your work, into your impacts through the lens of a character or one person. Then they get the scope or the scale of your impact. And this is one way you can connect, and an example, just like I gave you, is something that actually happened with an NGO that did a similar thing with a constituent or a community member who had benefited from the intervention, and they were able to raise. They had a budget of raising a certain amount of money. They were able to raise 30% of that just from one video. And because the video also had a call to action, for people to support or donate money towards that cause, and it's been phenomenal. And this happened in Ghana, in the northern part of Ghana, basically. So these are some of the things that you need to consider when you're crafting our message. Once we've been able to, identify our audience, and also being able to clearly define our mission and connected these three. The next thing will be where. So now that you've been able to, craft your message, now you need to look at how you're going to match your audience with your channel and the message. If you do this right, you're supposed to have some kind of a metrics that captures audience, message, and channel. And like I mentioned earlier, once you're able to identify your key audience or your key stakeholders in your interventions or in your mission that you've decided to embark on, you'll be able to tell the channels that you are going to use. And I think I even hinted it a bit earlier on in my explanation that if you're able to identify that, let's say you have young people as your one of your key audience, and you also have community members as another part of your audience identification or segmentation, you know that for young people, you have most young people online. So with them, when you're communicating with them, once you've been able to craft an impactful story, then you craft some content that will resonate with them online and you share that online. But to engage community members, you might want to approach it from the community radio aspect, where you on community radio shows, you speak more about the impact you're making. You tell the stories of women whose lives are being transformed, or the constituents whose lives are being transformed. And sometimes you even use newspapers, for the older folks who prefer, the paperback information, where you have sections of your article, your success stories in there to be able to connect. You realize that this will be an effective one. And I think prior to this, the speaker who came, or they were from India, sorry if I mentioned the name wrong, Akansha, mentioned that some of the content sometimes even, get different reactions per the channel they are on. And I think that also goes to tell you how important it is to segment your audience and know which channels to use, because with social media, each channel requires a different type of content to get it to travel far or to get it to go viral. So this is one way of being able to match your audience to the channels you communicate for an effective communication. The next thing we look at is metrics and tracking. So once we've started engaging we've been able to identify the key or the appropriate channels to engage your audience, you need to track it. You need to track the performance, because data is key. Data is currency. Data is money. Data is everything. That is the real evidence of what is happening online, especially for online engagement. You need to be able to track, because this will give you enough insights, enough feedback to be able to adjust and to be able to know what is working and what is not, and for you to go back and see where you fell short, so that you can always come back and then also have a better engagement approach. So some of the ways you can track your engagement, it varies from one communication channel to the other. So for example, when you're sending out newsletters, you might want to look at the click-through rates, or how many people have clicked the link, or how many people have accessed the document. When it comes on social media, you might want to look at the engagement, you might want to look at the likes, you might want to look at the comments, you might even want to look at the reach, because sometimes you might have a post that might have have little likes, but the reach could be really far, because some people might just want to read and then not react. So all this will inform you to revise and also look at how best you can also continuously improve on your engagement. For donations, you can just look at the donation rate. And I think especially if you're running donations online, you have all these metrics in the back end that will be able to inform you about what is happening with your engagement as well. So here, a typical example of being able to segment your audience appropriately, picking the right channels to match them with, is a situation where my own personal friend in Nigeria, she came across, I think she went to do some work in a village, I don't know which, I can't remember clearly, where she realized that the girls there were using cloth as for during their menstrual cycle period, and she was touched, so she decided to start a campaign and buy them or create a bank for sanitary pads for them. So how did she do it? Because she felt like this is something young people can support. She's decided to start with her WhatsApp status. So she started in raising money. She bought the first batch herself with her own money. Captured pictures. Told us a really nice story, an impactful story, or that connected with people based on her WhatsApp status, and started posting the number of people who were donating, updating people on her WhatsApp status. And I believe in a month from my engagement with her, she was able to raise $1,000. At that time, I think the rate was a bit different in Naira, but the point I'm trying to make is that she knew exactly where to find the people she was looking for. And these were people who were close, her friends, her family, and very young people. And in the end, she was able to mobilize young people to follow her to this village and present these things to these young, precious girls who were going through that predicament. So it is very important, because once you're able to match the right audience to the right channel, it does half of the work for you. You don't spend as much money trying to engage with them. So the next phase you're going to go to is knowing your audience. And this means that, being able to monitor and adapt your strategy. Like I mentioned earlier, you need to check the metrics. You need to rely back on your data or the feedback, because basically the metrics or the metrics or the data you're getting in the back end are, performance indicators of how your communication strategy is doing. And that also gives you insight as to who are your key audience. You might begin by segmenting your key stakeholders, but your content and communication or stories might be able to tell you exactly who is engaging with what content. And that will also help you gauge and also analyze and be able to develop and craft proper and appropriate content that will be more effective in the end. So you really need to be practicing that more, be able to monitor and adapt your strategy. And this has to be a frequent thing that you do. You can review it quarterly, you can do it, by weekly. All depends on your resources, but it is just imperative that you do it regularly, so you can constantly improve, constantly push forward and make a greater impact. And also you need to be flexible and ready to adjust. Sometimes when it's not working, just turn it a bit, have an open mind to also loosen up and be able to explore new outlets, because the internet is constantly changing at a faster rate than we think. So you cannot get the best out of the internet or your communication strategy if you're not flexible and you're not ready to learn and adjust. So you will need to be able to sometimes come back 6 months later, look at your communication strategy and look at where you fell short, look at the data, look at the metrics from each platform, from each engagement channel that you've used, and realign and re-engage with sometimes getting run surveys to get feedback from your audience, and that feedback will also provide enough data for you to assess your progress in communication and reaching out. It's even more imperative if you are running a campaign for fundraising, because then you know what kind of content to do. So the more frequent, the more frequent you analyze or you monitor your data and adjust your strategies to the tune of what is happening, the better it will be for you. And it also save you quite a lot of money as well. It is very economical if you constantly monitor and also learn from your data at the back end of your channels. This will be very, very helpful for your strategy as a non-profit, because I understand most non-profits don't have a large budget for communication, but these little things goes a long way to save you money and also makes your communication more effective. So what will be the key takeaways from this brief communication strategy for non-profits? First, being able to align your communication with your mission as an organization. It is key. The communication strategy shouldn't exist in isolation. It should be tied to your mission, because that's what's going to reflect the values and also the goal of your organization. So it is very, very key that you have your mission in place and clearly stated, so you can align it properly with your communication plan and strategy. The second thing is also being able to tailor your messages to your different audience. Make sure that you've been able to do a proper audience segmentation that is down to the smallest detail, so that it will also help you, create or tailor the best and the most effective message for each audience to be able to connect and create a genuine and credible connection with your audience. The next thing is being able to use storytelling. Storytelling is very, very, very important. We as human beings, we are only made up of stories, and we like stories. Stories, that is the only way, that human beings have been able to shape the world they live in. You get it? They say he who controls the story, who tells the story, controls the world. And it is so you cannot do without story. But it is always key that with your storytelling, you have the relevant and accurate data to back your story, to make it more meaningful, to make it more credible, to also legitimize what you are saying and your credibility as an organization. It also solidifies your brand as a non-profit when you add data to your storytelling. It makes it more compelling, as a message to engage with your audience. And the last but not least is to choose appropriate channels based on your audience preference. Sometimes it might be working on the other end. You can't design one content and decide to share it across. Even the platform might not even take effect because each platform even has its own structural dimensions for each content. So you need to be able to identify the right channels for the right audience and then follow suit with the right type of content as well. And lastly, to regularly monitor your activities. You can't do all this without monitoring and constantly checking what is working, what is not. It is a way that you can also use to be effective and efficient. So the data, it is very, very, very important. It is key to all this. Without data, you cannot be effective in drafting a strategic communication plan. You can't. It doesn't work like that. It is almost impossible. So you really need to regularly monitor the metrics, the feedback, the data, the engagement, all these things. You need to monitor them to be able to constantly evolve and develop and build a robust communication strategy. So I think I'll bring my session to an end here. If there are any questions, you can use the chat and then I'll be happy to answer them for you. Or you can always reach out to us. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Fifi. This was really amazing. I hope you guys learned something. I hope you picked one or two things. I picked a lot from my end. And for those of you who are asking for the slides and access to the resources from the speakers, please check in the comment section. We are sending you a link where you can get all of the slides and the resources from the speakers so that you'll be able to access them. Thank you so much, Fifi. Thank you. We're going to move up to our Kahoot game, which is the next session. But before we do that, let us hear from our partners at Crowder. Thank you so much.
In a world filled with many challenges, all we really have is each other. At Crowder, we believe that through strong community relationships, we have the power to effect enormous change, whether you need to raise funds for that brilliant impact project or you're looking for like-minded individuals to help your community. We've created a centralized, easy-to-use platform you can count on. Let's take a closer look. With Crowder, you can create fundraising campaigns for all kinds of initiatives, from paying medical bills to supporting a charity you love. By joining our community of volunteers, you can also assist hundreds of nonprofits in achieving goals that make life easier for people in need. One app, two goals, endless possibilities. Join the movement today on Crowder. Crowder, build community through giving.
Hello? Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello? If you can hear me, just drop a comment to the chat box. Okay, so I'm not seeing any comments. All right. Let's drop a comment. We have been sitting here for close to about 2-3 hours now. I'm correct. I know it's different I know it's different time zones for different people here on the call. So it's time to relax a bit, stretch your muscles, stretch, and it's time to play some games. So if you're ready for the game, say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. If you're ready for the games. Seems like we don't like games in this place. So what's happening? Okay. Yeah, so my name is Hazel Iwendi, and I'm the founder of Eminent Services Consult. I'm one of the partners for the Social Impact Marketing Summit, and I'm here to lead us with our game session. All right, I'm seeing comments. So we'll be sharing a link for the games, and this is a first come first serve thing. So the first 30 people that can sign up for with this link would have access to play the games. So all right. So media can we get the link on the group? Okay. So all right. Thank you so much, tech team. So so there's a link that will be shared in the comment section. I don't know if we've seen it. So we're waiting for people to join in. So joinmyquiz.com. So joinmyquiz.com/pro. Okay, so joinmyquiz.com/pro. Joinmyquiz.com/pro. First 30 people, once the first 30 people join in, we start. So joinmyquiz.com/pro. I'm not seeing anyone on the screen yet. We've also shared it on the WhatsApp group for those who are on the WhatsApp group. I just shared it on the WhatsApp group now. All right, so we're waiting for people to join in. Okay, I'm seeing one person. Please let's join in on the. So this is a very short game, about 5 questions. If you've been following through with the summit, the first 3 people would get a digital fundraising toolkit from Hexam Media. Okay, so I don't know if it's my end, but it's I'm seeing comments coming a bit slowly. Okay, I can see 5 participants. So please let's all log in, please. Let's all log in. Let's log in. Let's log in. It seems like people don't want to get this thing. Exam media. It seems like there's a code 151342. 151342. It's on the screen. You could check the code is on the screen. One 151342. Seems like these people don't want to. Sorry. Okay. I just had to correct myself. Okay, we have 7 people now. Okay, we have 7 people. Okay. Guys, please join in now. If people don't like games, since I'll take this reward for myself. Oh. Okay, I see 9 people. So just to correct myself. So basically, the first 3 people would have a free ebook on digital fundraising, and then a 30 minutes digital fundraising session. So just to correct myself from what I said earlier. Okay, we have 12 people now. Please, the link has been dropped. You can also click the link. We have 13 of us now on the call. Sorry. Hi, Bidemi. I'm just seeing your comment. Hi, Elena. Eileen, sorry. Okay. 13 of us. I don't know. How many people do we have now? 14. Guys, we have very limited time and the questions are very few. So we have 16 people now. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get it moving. 17. Let's get it moving. Let's get it moving. Let's get it moving. Okay. I'm seeing 17 now, but I'm told that okay. I'm told that we can start the game and then some other people can join in. Please check again. Check the chat box. Veronica, join myquiz.com/pro. It has also been shared on the WhatsApp group. You can check the WhatsApp group and join with that link. Okay, so once the game starts, you won't be able to join in anymore. So this is 20. This is 20 people now, and it's basically like a 1 minute quiz. All right, so okay, um, tech team. I think we can start now. Okay. Oh, I can see that it's increasing. It's increasing in number. Okay, so can we get to 25 and then we start? Can we get to 25 and we start, please? Just because of time. I'm not seeing anyone else joining in. All right, okay. I think we can just start. Let's just start. I'm not seeing anyone else joining in. It's first come first serve, so let's start. All right, are we ready, guys? So we have about 2 minutes. All right, it's almost time up. Almost time up. 15 seconds. 15 seconds to go. And we are up. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. Please, tech team, can you help me with ending this thing? Sorry. Yes, please. Okay, so let's see our winners. So we have Ebere, Bolale, R-A-A-K. I'm not sure I can get this correctly. Please, please, if you saw your name on the screen, kindly send your name and your email. Thank you, everyone. Please send your name and your email to the chat box now. Send your name and email to the chat box now if you saw your name on the screen. Ebere, Bolale, and Eric. If you saw your name on the screen, name and email now. Drop it on the comment section. After this session, if we do not see your name and email, we would just assume that you do not want to get your award. Thank you so much. We're still going to have something like this again for those of us that missed out. So please drop your name and email. It's not about shouting yay. Please drop your name and email. If not, I'll collect your award. Though. Yes, it was supposed to be fast. That was the idea because there are 5 questions. All right. So drop your name and email, please. Like I said, free ebook on digital fundraising and a 30 minutes digital fundraising session. And also from the volunteer plug, I did tell Ella, if you are here, you are a nonprofit or you are a volunteer, we give you a 30 minutes free consultation from us. Okay, so please drop your name and email. I think we can move to the next segment. So we are supposed to have, sorry, please, just wanted to confirm. So we're supposed to have another workshop, if I'm correct. Ella, I think you can take it from here. I'll be Mr. Imo. You can take it from here. Please,
In a
like I
world
said.
filled with many challenges, all we really have is each other. At Crowder, we believe that through strong community relationships, we have the power to effect enormous change, whether you need to raise funds for that brilliant impact project or you're looking for like-minded individuals to help your community. We've created a centralized, easy-to-use platform you can count on. Let's take a closer look. With Crowder, you can create fundraising campaigns for all kinds of initiatives, from paying medical bills to supporting a charity you love. By joining our community of volunteers, you can also assist hundreds of nonprofits in achieving goals that make life easier for people in need. One app, two goals, endless possibilities. Join the movement today on Crowder. Crowder, build community through giving.
Meet Steve, the founder of a nonprofit with a vision to change the world. But like many, Steve faced a challenge: funding. Despite his passion and hard work, donations were not enough to keep his mission alive. That's when he found us, Hexam Media Africa. We specialize in helping nonprofits like Steve's attract the donors they need to thrive. Through tailored social media campaigns, engaging email marketing, stunning graphic design, and a refreshed website, we helped Steve tell his story to the world. A story that resonated with donors who shared his vision. The result? More donors, more funds, and more impact. With great branding and targeted marketing, Steve's nonprofit is now making the difference he always dreamed of. Is your nonprofit facing similar challenges? Let us help you turn your vision into impact. Book a call with Hexam Media Africa today, and let's create a brighter future together. In Steve's words, thanks to Hexam Media Africa, we're not just surviving, we're thriving. You can too. Book a call today and transform your nonprofit.
Olabunmi Fabanwo is a visionary leader who bridges the gap between cutting-edge technology and real-world impact. Fueled by a deep passion for technological evolution, he leverages his expertise in blockchain to drive positive change. In his current role with Google Cloud, Olabunmi is instrumental in forging strategic partnerships that empower businesses to leverage the transformative power of the cloud. His prior experience in traditional finance with GT Bank plc and the fintech space with Mono provides a well-rounded understanding of the financial landscape, allowing him to effectively tailor cloud solutions to meet the specific needs of clients. Olabunmi's influence extends far beyond the boardroom. Previously, he played a pivotal role in driving cryptocurrency adoption in Africa as the affiliate program manager for Binance Africa. Recognized as a thought leader in these fields, Olabunmi is a global speaker, captivating audiences at conferences around the world with his insightful presentations and engaging communication style. Olabunmi's academic achievements are a testament to his dedication to knowledge and lifelong learning. He holds a bachelor's degree in cell biology and genetics and a subsequent master's degree in environmental biology, both from the esteemed University of Lagos. His unwavering commitment to leadership and positive social impact has been acknowledged through the awarding of the prestigious Nelson Mandela Award for Leadership and Integrity by the ECOWAS Youth Council. Furthermore, his impactful contributions have garnered him an appointment as a West Africa Youth Ambassador.
Hey guys, good morning. How are we doing? Or good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're watching around the world. And thanks a lot for that introduction, not as brief as I thought it would be. So my name is Olubumi, and I believe that you've seen basically all I need to say in terms of introducing myself. But yeah, I think we should have a very insightful session right now. First, I'd like to thank Ella for bringing me on this, and I hope that we've been having fun. Of course, I know we've had fun so far because I was part of the games. And if you can hear me, you can just put a thumbs up in the comment section, or just say yes, we can hear you, or just say something amazing about yourself. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me loud and clear, and you can also see me, please. Just put in the comment section. This session is not going to take long. I'll try as much as possible to make it engaging, interesting, and also insightful at the same time. So we are supposed to speak about blockchain technology. Thank you, friends of St. Val. Thank you more. Now I know that I'm being heard. So, I mean, the subjects that I'm supposed to speak about is blockchain for impact, and I'll just share my slides. And again, I'll try and make it as insightful as possible. If you have any questions while I'm speaking, please ensure to put it in the comment section so I can look through. This is probably going to take about 15 to 20 minutes. Then I'll use the rest 5 to 10 minutes to take your questions. Please feel free to ask any questions if you don't understand anything. Blockchain can be quite a technical phenomenon. It gets quite difficult to explain some of the terms, some of the things, but I promise to keep it as simple as possible. And if this is your first time of joining anything that has to do with blockchain, speaking about blockchain, trust me, just open your mind, and I believe that you'll be able to pick out something. So I'll just share my screen and let me know as soon as you can see my screen, guys. Um, Ella, trying to share. So I think you have to authorize me being able to share my screen. Yeah, thank you very much. That was pretty quick. Yeah, so guys, I'm a blockchain enthusiast, as you must have seen in my bio. My last role was working with Binance. I was the lead for the affiliate program for Binance Africa, and we went all over a lot of cities in Africa trying to make sure we onboard as many people as possible onto into the crypto space, and as well also give them education about blockchain technology, because cryptocurrency is just one of the use cases of blockchain. Blockchain in itself has a lot of use cases, and yeah, I mean that crypto is just one of them, and it can be applicable to that. So let me just go ahead and do a bit of an introduction to blockchain technology. And yeah, I mean, you must have heard about, probably have heard about blockchain being a centralized and distributed ledger technology, and it just seems so bogus. So guys, I'm just going to bring it to, I mean, explain it in the African parlance. Historically, we Africans have been known as, would I say, socialist people or a socialist economy, and we believe in the power of community. And that's why this analogy is probably going to resonate with you as an African or a true African. So imagine that we are all a part of a community or a village, and everybody has the profession which they do. People are hunters, some people are farmers, people do different things. And if, for example, I am a hunter and I provide the village with meat, sell in the market square and get my money, and we have farmers that farm rice, that farm cocoa, that farm corn, or what have you. And every now and then, because we are in a barter system, we are running a barter system. When I have my beef or my meat and I bring it to the market square, I'm able to exchange it for rice, and that happens every now and then. So every day, every one of us come together and we take stock. So when I give you beef, I expect a certain amount of rice. But you know, some of these things are in season. So if at the time you don't have rice, you can take my beef and say, okay, Bumi, in the next few days, I will get to, you know, harvest my rice and I will give you rice. So I have to put it down as a note, whether mentally or on a sheet. And that's me having a separate ledger that I'm recording what you owe me. So all of us come together at the end of every day and say, oh, Ella, you owe me 2 bags of rice based on the meat that you collected 2 days ago. And every other person does the same thing. So every one of us, we have our own separate ledger that is visible to everybody. Or we can even say that we have a very big dashboard or a very big blackboard in the market square where we all put this information. Each of this information is data, and this data is available to everybody. Hence, it is decentralized. So there's no one authority that has that holds all of this data and that we depend on or that we trust to keep this data safe. Each and every one of us have our data, which is verifiable based on the fact that we did these transactions peer to peer between ourselves. That's just a simple explanation of what blockchain technology is or is trying to achieve. So it is decentralized and it is also distributed. So imagine that you now have each of this information put on a particular chain or on a particular dashboard or a particular record book. That is exactly what blockchain is trying to achieve. So no one authority is in charge of our data. So we don't have to trust and say, oh, I trust that this person is going to keep my record safe. I have my records. Everybody has their records, which we agreed upon while we're doing our transaction. And when we all come together, we speak about this record, which is verifiable and is public. Now, moving ahead into some of the qualities of a blockchain is that it is immutable. Immutability means that it is unchangeable. So that means once data is entered, nobody can just decide to go and change the data. So as the head of the village square or the Oba or whatever, I cannot just say that, oh, Bumi, strike out the fact that this person, Ella, owes you 2 bags of rice. No, nobody can do that. So it is unchangeable once you impute a particular data. Once information is added, you cannot change it. And it is transparent because everybody can see what is going on the ledger or within the data sets. So like I said before, data can be added, data cannot be removed or modified. And the good thing about it is that each piece of data points back to the previous piece. So that's where the chain comes in. So the block is the block, contains data. It can be information about money. It can be information about anything, about pictures, about documentations. And that is where you start seeing each of the use cases. So when the data is about money, that is cryptocurrency. When the data is about documentation or pictures or music, anything that has to do with file systems, that is NFTs. And there are several use cases. But the central idea is that the blockchain has data in each block, and each of these blocks is chained together. So the preceding block is like the next thing after, or the thing that comes before a particular data. So it's like 001, 002, 003, sequentially like that. Now, what this helps is that it helps to protect the entire blockchain or the entire data set. So that means that as a hacker, I cannot just come into a data set and hack it if it is built on the blockchain, because that means that I have to change each of the information in all the blocks. So if I change information on block 30, for example, I have to go back to block 29 to change it, block 28, block 27, and this helps to make sure that the blockchain is trustless and is very, very difficult to hack. Now, what this entire system helps us with is that it provides increased trust and also efficiency. The entire society is built on trust. Everything that has to do with our society is built on trust. The fact that as a bank, I believe that if I do transactions for my customer, if I send transactions, say for example, from GT Bank to First Bank, I trust that First Bank is going to deliver the funds that have been sent to their own customer. So everything that has to do with money, that has to do with our interaction, everything has to do with trust. I'm coming onto Social Impact Marketing Summit. I'm providing my data to them because I trust that my data will not be exposed to people that are going to use it for illicit activities. So the fact that I'm coming here is that I've trusted this particular system. And of course, efficiency is very important in everything we do. Now, why blockchain for social impact? Like, why do we have to bring in this particular technology for social impact? Because it definitely addresses everything that has to do with corruption. So if you look at not just limited to Africa or to where we are from, our country, there are several other countries or societies that have been ridden by corruption. I know corruption just drags back everything that has to do with progress within a society, within a country, or what have you. And this is part of the things when you speak about social impact, when you speak about social good, corruption has to be removed from the entire equation to bring in progress or to make sure that there's impact of whatever it is that a society is trying to achieve gets. So blockchain basically it takes out that whole idea that people can do things without being in the public space, and that transparency is just there. And because of that, people are unable to, cut corners and do different things, different illicit things. And in terms of bringing blockchain into social impact, it also helps with resource allocation. So it's able to identify the people that need things the most and the people that require things, and able to efficiently allocate the resources to all these needs. Let me proceed. So like we've been speaking about, for case studies, when it comes to bringing it to social impact, I'm going to try as much as possible to to be very quick. However, there are certain important things that we have to touch. So for case studies, social impact encompasses a whole lot of case studies when it comes to what blockchain can do, like potential of blockchain in social impact. So if you've been in the social impact space, you've been in the social good space, I think that these case studies are very, very key. And these case studies are not just, they are not just theoretical. These are things that people across different countries, even within our own continent and our country, have started applying to everything that they are trying to get done. Blockchain technology helps with supply chain transparency. And supply chain is not just only limited to goods, it can also be in terms of service. But for example, with blockchain technology, you can know where exactly what you're eating, whatever packaged food it is. Say, for example, it is pork, it is chicken, it is packed beef, anything. You can know where it was produced, where it emanated from. So all you need to probably do is just scan the barcode on the item and see where it has come from. Like, what farm was this cow or pig or whatever animal it is? Where was it butchered? Where did you go to? Everything. You can see the entire process just by the click of a button. And all that information is available because blockchain has opened up information to be seen by everybody within that ecosystem. So it's on need basis. So if you don't have to see the information, you probably will not. But if you need to, if it is necessary that you see that information, you can easily just go on the blockchain and view that information. And what this helps is that it helps us with safety and quality of food. So there are a lot of pandemics or endemics that can break out due to quality of food, and we can easily identify where the particular problem is from. And this has been applied by a lot of organizations globally. And with the blockchain, you can easily see that, oh, this particular place is where the problem must have come from, the processing of this particular meal, of this particular food. It also helps with, counterfeiting. So say, for example, people decide to import shoes, or people decide to produce shoes locally and put a different or a particular global brand on it. You can, with blockchain technology, you can see where the leather was gotten from. You can see where it was processed and all of it. So you know whether it is truly an Adidas shoe, a Nike shoe, or a T-shirt, a Nike T-shirt, or whatever, or it was just produced in the backyard. So that's where supply chain. I mean, that's where blockchain can be applied for supply chain in terms of social impact. Now, financial inclusion, which is currently like the biggest use case of blockchain technology, because our society is, we are very, would I say, a bit backward when it comes to like banking the unbanked or financial inclusion. Because I mean, everybody is just trying to do subsistence. Everybody's trying to feed from day to day. It's from hand to mouth most of the time. So you probably do not have a lot of money to put in your savings or investments. And this is not talking about you and I that have access to internet. Yeah, a lot of people, I mean, out there that have never been to the halls of a bank or know anything about opening an account or anything related to that. And we need to bring these people, on board. And I know there are a lot of categories where they say people that are bankable and unbankable. There are certain people that are put in that, that ecosystem of being unbanked, whereas they are not bankable. But there's still a large percentage of people that are bankable, but are yet to be banked. And, it's very expensive for a lot of financial institutions to set up shop in these places. And what crypto is able to do is to create that avenue for people to be onboarded. So it is very, very cheap to open a wallet. You don't need so much information. And right now, you can even use USSD. And so there have been applications in various parts of Africa where, say, for example, farmers are able to do transactions with just having the simplest of mobile phones, via USSD, and they're able to transact because we've been able to apply blockchain technology to bring in these people on board. There are several use cases of where blockchain technology has been used to onboard people, that's unbanked people, and help them to transact, help them to save, help them to invest, and help them to even take loans, which is a huge part of what financial inclusion is able to achieve for the continent of Africa. And I'm bringing this home because we can relate with it better. And in terms of philanthropy and donations, blockchain technology can help us to track fund distribution. So a very typical example of this is, say, for example, we have a GoFundMe for somebody or for a community that has recently experienced maybe a disaster. If I donate my funds and we donate to a particular pool, we probably don't know how the funds are distributed. If the people that actually affected got the funds, so with blockchain technology, if we apply blockchain, if we build a system of blockchain where when we donate, we know exactly how much is being donated, and we know where the money is. We can easily track where the funds are going to. And I promise you that so many institutions are already utilizing this for philanthropy and to take funds and also, track the funds, how the money is being spent. And this just helps a lot with transparency. And with more transparency, people are even willing to help and assist or give. Now, another example or another use case of blockchain in social impact is healthcare. Now, if, for example, somebody has an ailment and goes to an hospital in Nigeria and say they're unable to resolve the problem or help the person get better, they can easily, just refer the person to an hospital or to a professional, a consultant in India. Now, when you get to India, you have to start speaking about all the diagnoses that have been done. You have to present a lot of papers, a lot of documentations, and then it just takes forever before the consultant knows exactly where to start from or where to begin from. But with blockchain, so there are a number of big hospitals right now or big medical institutions that are storing people's data on the blockchain. So all you need to do is just give the secret key or the password for your information to any consultant, and they're able to view your track record, everything from day one, how you have been using it. And the reason why I spoke about private key is because this is very sensitive. So remember that I said it's on need basis. So if you don't have to be part of that particular ecosystem, you would not have access to it. So we can have private blockchain and we can have public blockchain. But when it comes to healthcare, these are very very sensitive information when it comes to people's medical records or medical data. Only myself and whoever needs to have access to my information will have access. But the good thing about it now is that they can easily see all of my data, all of my records from the beginning to where I'm at the moment. So we can apply this in public healthcare. So a lot of problems can be solved via just having this data, not having to, ask questions, ask a lot of questions from people that are able to answer. And lastly, you can apply it to verifying, certificates, data, people's educational data, credentials, and all of that. And this helps to prevent fraud. There have been a lot of cases whereby civil servants have, forged documents. I don't want to give specific examples, but if you've been here for a bit, you know that there have been several scandals like that. Once certificates are on the blockchain, they're easily verifiable. So I think that helps a lot with the case of corruption, the case of forgery and then fraud. Now let's come to the challenges. Of course, blockchain is not just a breeze. Like, there are several challenges, but of course they have solutions. So I'll just be touching on these very quickly. And the number one thing is that it lacks technical expertise. So there are very, very few people that are able to build or even understand what exactly blockchain is. So whenever people hear, the typical person hears blockchain, the next thing their mind goes to is cryptocurrency. Like, oh, no, 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 we are not interested. And this even goes up to leadership to, excuse me. Thank you. It goes up to leadership. A lot of government officials have no idea. When you go to them, I've had experiences like that when you speak about how blockchain can help them solve a particular problem in a community, and just like, no, we are too early to talk about cryptocurrency, and I'm just like, these are two different things. Blockchain itself is a technology that can be applied far beyond the use case of cryptocurrency. So there's even lack of education. And before we now get to the technical expertise, that the people that are able to build on the blockchain, people that are able to consult for everything that has to do with blockchain technology. And still, there's still very unclear legal frameworks. So, before you can say that you want to proliferate the use of blockchain technology or any type of technology, you have to bring on board legal frameworks. So you have to say that, oh, this is how we are going to regulate it. So regulation is still very, very sketchy. Even all over the world, there are only a handful of countries that have started applying blockchain technology to a lot of things that have to do with both public record and private information. So for now, we are still in the beginning stages. There are a number of countries in Africa, I think like Kenya, Rwanda, that have already started utilizing blockchain technology for different things and different aspects of their country or their nation building. But for now, we are still very early. And we also have scalability issues when it comes to blockchain technology, because when you build a particular blockchain, it is very difficult for it to be able to relate with another type of blockchain. So in this way, you're unable to scale whatever solutions that you're trying to build, or whatever centralized solution you're trying to ensure, or whatever centralized problem you're trying to solve at the moment. And it's also very expensive when it comes to implementing the blockchain as a use case. So these are some of the challenges that we face. But I mean, some of these challenges are being solved from time to time and from on a case by case basis. So the first thing, very importantly, is something like this. We have to be able to build capacity in ourselves. Just this kind of little information I'm giving to you can prick something within your mind to go ahead and research more about blockchain. This is just very, very peripheral and very introductory. If you go in depthly, I mean, you find a lot of very interesting use cases of blockchain technology. So education is very important, and this is what someone like myself, I mean, I dedicate a lot of time to. um, I do from I do just do free training sometimes. I do paid training sometimes too. And while I was with Binance, I was able to go to a lot of places and do a lot of seminars just to educate more people. And it's not just about speaking to people that are educated, even the uneducated, people that can't speak um, the basic lingua, that don't even understand English. We have people to translate to them because it boils down to understanding. It has nothing to do with being literate. And organizations too have to start putting in efforts in helping people understand some of these use cases, because if you look at it, innovation and social impact are intertwined, go hand in hand. The more technology begins to progress, it's also important that social impact is the closest to individuals within different communities and touch points. So these two things go hand in hand. So organizations, social impact organizations, or profit based organizations need to start building capacity, and this is already being done. And a lot of partnerships can also help. So collaborating with experts and providers of this technology can help a whole lot in increasing the know-how of people. And at the same time, we also have to continue to leverage existing platforms. There's a lot of open source platforms that are springing up right now that are helping people to get more educated. If you go to countries in East Africa, you find a lot of platforms have invested huge funds in trying to bring on board people to blockchain platforms and help them out, like solve real life problems by by leveraging existing platforms that are already down. And definitely advocacy too helps in supporting regulatory frameworks. We can't just push everything to government. There are advocacy platforms, advocacy organizations that push for support of development of regulatory frameworks. And let's just look at some of the possibilities in the future, like what does the future hold for blockchain technology and when it comes to social impact. There's something we call DAOs, or the organizations we call DAOs. There are a number of DAOs right now. If you can just Google it, you see big organizations that are already building their system in form of a DAO. And what a DAO gives you, or what the difference between a DAO and a regular organization like what we run, is that people within a DAO have, it's a very decentralized voting system. So when we want to vote on a decision, for example, if I'm a part of a DAO, my voting power is tokenized. So based on the amount of tokens I have, it determines the impact of my vote. So maybe say, for example, 100 tokens, or a particular token that is, for that organization provides maybe just one vote when we are voting on a decision. So everybody sort of has a say in every decision that happens within the organization. That's the idea of a decentralized autonomous organizations. And I think that this is the future of organizations as we know it. And this is going to help organizations to be more transparent and a bit more decentralized than what we currently have, because we don't necessarily need people making a centralized authority making decisions anymore. If you look at from 2020, you find out that there has been a paradigm shift. So right now, people want information to be more decentralized. So we don't want to trust one newspaper or one media source. I want to be on the spot. I want to know what exactly is happening. I want more people to report it so that I can decide what I can take in, or what decision or what next step I'm going to take. So that's where decentralization has already kicked in from the past few years. So it also applies in every aspect of our lives. So definitely within the next few years, we are going to have more organizations becoming decentralized and autonomous in themselves. Another possibility is going to be tokenization. So we are going to be able to create digital reps of assets. And it's not just only digital assets, it would also even come to real life assets. So there's a lot of, there's a number of innovations that are beginning to pop up now, or updates that are coming if you look out when it comes to real estate investments. I'm just giving that as an example. So 20 of us can own a piece of land. We can just own a part of a piece of land. And when it comes to what we are going to develop on it, we all agree based on votes that, okay, let's develop a complex, let's develop a church, or whatever organization it is, or whatever type of building I want to have of it. But it's called fractional ownership. So I don't necessarily have to buy the entire landed property. I can just own a part of it, just like buying shares in an organization, excuse me. And also with digital assets, you find out that there are a lot of digital assets that people can purchase and own, and this is just called tokenization. Then we're also going to see interoperability. Remember that in the previous slide, I spoke about how scalability is an issue. That means interface between or connecting different blockchains. We are going to start seeing people are developing solutions that help to alleviate this particular challenge. And AI, has been the talk of the last 2-3 years. In the future, we are going to start seeing that decision making is going to become more automated. You are going to be able to apply artificial intelligence based on all the data that has been imputed, based on all the building the language models. So once we've impute all of this information, it can help us to automate our decision making, make it a bit more transparent, and help us with better decision making. So these are just some of the possibilities. There are a lot of more possibilities, and in being able to bring all these things, what are the insights when it comes to African? Again, I'm very particular about Africa, and to come to African impact organizations, the most important thing for you as a social impact organization in Africa is for you to start small as possible. Just this is a very good start for anybody. Try to understand the technology, try to see how you can apply it, then identify the use cases that you want to be part of or you want to utilize. So there are places where you can focus that will have the most significant impact. So when it comes to, you can decide that what you want to go into is philanthropy and donation. So you want to spearhead it. You want to be that guy that helps people to bring funds together and also helps them to do things where they can track it. You have to create that trusted platform. You become that trusted platform that people can donate into, and they can also see where the money is going, if the money is touching the right set of individuals. And it's also important to build a team. So you can do that via volunteers. You can do that via bringing people that have technical expertise who are able to, utilize their ideas and what they've learned to apply it to helping people. That's in terms of social good. And you also have to explore. You can explore funding opportunities. There are numerous funding opportunities online. All you need to just go on Google and just type, I would like to raise funding, or where can I get a grant to build this type of impact organization. So I believe that those are some of the things that you can get started with. And it just starts with that small step, understanding it and making sure that you utilize whatever knowledge it is that you've gotten, to apply to a particular problem that you've already selected. I believe that I've been able to explain as simple as possible in the simplest of words how blockchain can be applied to social good, and you also have a basic understanding of blockchain technology. So thank you very much for listening to all my jargon. I hope I've been able to impact a bit and help people understand what exactly blockchain is and also how it can be applied to social good. So thank you very much. This is my information where you can connect with me. But I believe I can go to the comment, just quickly take if there are any questions that people ask. I don't see any questions now. Ella, are there any questions for me? Or we can go ahead
At the,
call it.
at the moment, we are not seeing any questions, but I believe that if anyone has questions, please feel free to connect with Mr. Olubumi on LinkedIn. He shares a lot of impactful content. And you didn't tell them about your YouTube channel, Mr. Olubumi. He
Yeah,
has,
guys.
yeah, please go on.
Ella, why are you throwing me? Why are you doing this to me? So
Because there are a lot of things for people to learn from there about
yeah, I
blockchain.
know. I know. There's a lot of things I'm trying to get my hands on right now. So YouTube has been, I mean, it's something on my neck. I'm going to continue to drop content. But yeah, you can my name Olubumi Fabanwo on YouTube. Just go to Google and search me. You find everything that you need. And my information is there for more anything that you want to know.
All righty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bumi. This was really interesting. And you can see in the chat, it's insightful, impactful, more than impactful. I need to go sit and re-listen to this. This is amazing. And I hope this has sparked some ideas in your head. And this is why we're here today, right? To bring up the ideas so that you can begin to leverage all of the futuristic, which is the theme for today's event, for your nonprofit. Thank you so much, Mr. Bomi. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, guys.
All right. Bye. Okay, thank you so much to everyone who has been watching so far. We are moving up to another interesting bit of the summit, and we are going to be announcing the second batch of award winners. But before we do, let us hear a little bit from Giving Tuesday. I'm just going to play something from Giving Tuesday so that we can just see what they have here for us today. Thank you.
What if I told you you are changing the world? Would you believe it? A better future is being built by all of us right now, in the billions of small actions we take each day. Acts of care, love, and understanding that extend outward like the threads of a beautiful tapestry. Whether it's
Okay. So hi everyone, welcome back to I hope I'm audible. Okay. All right. So in this category, we have 5 awards in this particular category. So ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present the African Changemaker category at the HOA Awards 2024. This award recognizes and honor an innovative individual in Africa driving impactful change shaping the continent's future, and inspiring others to create positive transformation in their communities. The nominees for this category are and the winner for this category is Yolgatu. Sorry if I didn't pronounce. So in the second category, we are honored to present the Social Innovator of the Year award. The award recognizes an individual or organization in Africa recognized to innovate solutions addressing social challenges through creativity, ingenuity, and collaboration to drive positive change and enhance lives across the continent. The nominees for this category are So the winner for this category is Ellen Nitson from Ghana. Congratulations, Ellen. So the third category for this particular category is we are honored to present the African Award, African Voice at the Humanitarian African Awards 2024. This award recognizes global individuals or organizations that advocate for African voices, rights and aspirations, challenge stereotypes, and promote justice, equality, and inclusion. The nominees for this category are the winner for this award category, African Voice, is Alima Lion from Nigeria. Congratulations. We are honored to present the African Heart. The award category is African Heart at the Humanitarian African Awards 2024. This award recognizes and honors individuals in the diaspora impacting African with Ubuntu values like empathy, compassion, and community building. So the nominees are the winner for this category, African Art, is Kena Rabino. Congratulations, Kenan. Yeah. So. Yeah. So the last category for this particular award is the SDG Champion of the Year. We are honored to present the award. This award recognizes an individual who has demonstrated exceptional commitment and leadership in advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in Africa. So the nominees are.
The nominees are
The winner of this category is Martin Opio. Congratulations, Martin. So guys, I'm delighted to introduce to us our second keynote speaker for this summit. Who we are truly honored to have with us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mark Maxson, the Senior Data Scientist, Giving Tuesday Data Commons. Thank you.
Mark Max Meister, Senior Data Scientist, Giving Tuesday Data Commons. As Senior Data Scientist at the Giving Tuesday Data Commons, Mark helps organize and convert the world's generosity data into meaningful insights into how giving works, and what organizations can do to improve the lives of the people served. He brings context from mixed methods of field research in Africa, rigor from his PhD work as a molecular neuroscientist, and engineering from past AI-driven startups and nonprofits.
Profits and lived in 5 different countries in Africa. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough data in the survey to do an Africa-specific analysis, but we do have at the end of this some other surveys that people have done in the region about AI. So the goals of my presentation are to help you understand how your organization could best adopt AI for its specific needs, and start the conversation about what safeguards and protections for data and for the people involved with using AI might look like in the future, and then cover some of the trends that are going on in the world around adoption, specifically for nonprofit and community-based organizations in different parts of the world. If you would like to read the full 75-page versions report, you can probably find it just by Googling Giving Tuesday AI report. At the end, I'll also share a link and you can look at that. There's a lot more in there than I can cover in just this short talk. Areas that we'll cover involve what are the predictors of whether an organization is likely using AI right now or not? What are the barriers to adoption for different types of organizations? Like, what are the reasons why they're not currently using AI? And then we asked people in the survey an open-ended question about what they had hopes and dreams about for what AI might do for them or for their organization. What are their fears? What's the promise and peril of AI? And we covered that. We also asked that in multiple choice questions, and we looked at the concordance between those two to see whether or not prompting people changed their responses. And then we would also cover a bit about who's adopting and who's not and why. So where is the nonprofit sector now, based on what we know? We are mostly moving into the tool experimentation phase. Many people would like AI to be integrated into their workflows with projects and analysis and data collection and coordination, but the tools available today don't easily workflow integrate. If you're using something like ChatGPT, you often leave one product like a CRM and then go into another one and come back to it. There's widespread testing going on. Most of the organizations we surveyed around the world are already trying AI, but people are generally not comfortable with what it offers, not because it doesn't do interesting things, but because it's not always reliable. They have some ethical concerns. They don't want to be ripping off artists if they use an image generator, for example. And the most popular products are kind of defaulting to stealing your prompt engineering stuff and turning that into training data for the next version of their product. And that's something that people would like to turn off. And there are ways to do that, but it requires knowledge. And as a sector, we are definitely not organized around this yet. If you think about other safeguarding in the past, like child protection laws, the world has never come together and come up with uniform standards around those things. And it's unlikely that they will do that for this either. Even though everyone wants it, no one really knows where to begin. And even within organizations of certain size or larger, people tend to be trying out AI individually and not at the team level. And there are very few organizations with any policies around data that cover AI in 2024. Like, based on our survey, it's low, but also in a dozen other surveys, the numbers range between 5% and 15% that actually have dedicated language about how people should and should not use AI. We took the responses for the 930 people in these organizations, and we ran a clustering algorithm. And these are the three groups that came out based on answers to those questions in the survey of about 20 questions. Over half are what we would call AI consumers. These are people that are using it and want to use it more and have lots of needs and multiple use cases. The second group that I think is interesting are AI skeptics. These are people who are skeptical because they've tried it and it didn't suit their needs, and they don't plan to use it in an expanded way in the future, although some of them are continuing to use like ChatGPT a little bit. And then the third group, 28% of all the sample, are what we would call late AI adopters. These tend to be larger organizations that have not used AI yet, but they would like to. And especially for the larger ones, their kind of barrier is coming up with a company-wide policy about that before they jump into it. This is a breakdown of how those clusters kind of relate to the questions we asked. So we asked about how people use data in general. We asked questions about how they're using AI now and how they would like to use it in the future. And the boxes that I've drawn around these different dots, so I should say on the x-axis here is the percentage of each of these three clusters that are in doing one of the things. So for example, in the first line here, are you manually filling in some like Excel sheet, tabular data? And you can see most organizations, at least half of all the groups are doing that. But there's a big spread between the percentage if you split between these three groups of organizations. The consumers are doing the most of that. The late AI adopters are doing the second most. And then the AI skeptics group are doing the least. Only about 45% are using Excel. So it makes you wonder what type of work they do that they don't need to do that. And if you go through the different data uses, you can see that there's kind of a trend line in all three, that AI skeptics use data products outside of AI the least of the three. And they have tried AI more than the AI adopters as a group. And they probably are the least likely to use it more. There's also a fourth group that we're not able to talk about, which are people who are true skeptics about AI and didn't even take our survey, even though we made the questions open-ended so that someone with no experience with or knowledge exposure to AI could answer every question. A lot of people, we learned anecdotally, just opted out from taking it because they had no interest in ever using AI. And we're doing other research this year to try to estimate the size of that market. What's interesting here, I think, is some people try AI and find it doesn't suit their needs. And that's a particular group that we should be tracking, because the feedback from that group will tell us a lot about what we really need to do. This is another way we looked at our data, is we asked people what they're doing and what they'd like to do more of, and then looked at the gap. And you can see, particularly for generative AI, that's DALL-E or ChatGPT or any of those corporate models that generate responses to questions. The market demand and the market supply are basically matching each other. So everyone who wants to use ChatGPT is pretty much already using that particular product. And then second place would be chatbots that are customized based on AI. Almost everybody who wants to use it is already using it. The biggest gap you see in here is around organizing data. So if you can imagine something like Evernote, but embedded in completely built around AI to look at all of your products and find the data and connect it together in ways that make it amenable to prediction algorithms, that doesn't exist yet. And that's what people want the most, followed by prediction. You can't do prediction without good data structure. And nonprofits for the last 30 years that I've been tracking are particularly struggling with how to organize and collect data at the scale needed to do any sort of prediction, not just in Africa, but in every part of the world. So if you were to be a product vendor and try to build new products, you probably want to look at these top four as places where there's lots of growth. And as a consumer, like, these are places where you can expect products to show up in the next 2 years. Transcribing and translating, I've done a lot of this stuff because Giving Tuesday works all over the world, and you can see that there's some adoption. It's not total there, but it tends to be pretty good already, and people are using it. The biggest single predictor of whether or not an organization was already using AI in our study was whether or not they've reached the size when they've hired at least one tech or monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning person, a MERL person. Organizations that have one of these people on staff are like twice as likely to be using AI as those that don't. And this tends to be, when we correlate that with the size of organizations, it tends to be around 15 paid staff that you see this first person come on. At the same time, larger organizations may have these people and are still not using AI, and that has to do with they're in the late adopter group because of the policy stuff. They're being held back by not knowing how to roll out and test in a way that can be done systematically and safely. So safeguards are a barrier for them. We also looked at traditional ways that foundations measure organizational capacity, specifically the ability for a nonprofit to absorb funds and manage ever larger projects over a larger geographic scope. And that wasn't very well correlated with AI readiness, which is how all the other questions on the survey are kind of built. So do you have the right kind of staff? Are you using data currently, and how many forms? And other questions around capacity that were not specifically about your organization's size, age, or geographic scope. So many of the large capacity organizations are in the late adopter group, but the other groups tend to have lower capacity organizations than we saw in that group. So to summarize, the three barriers that we saw: unclear policies, a lack of training, especially for smaller nonprofits, and tool gaps where they tried it and it doesn't tend to meet what they specifically needed to do. If you broke that down into the segments that we just talked about, AI consumers are 56% of the group, and they don't really have any barriers right now. They will continue to use it more so long as the products are good. The adopters need to have clearer policies before they'll adopt, and the skeptics need to have better products that fit their specific needs. Now, they tend to use data the least in their projects of the three groups, so it's possible that the AI products aren't going to be a fit that come along, but the ones that currently exist just aren't a fit for them. And that means that there might be a third of all nonprofits for whom AI is just not a solution. Smaller organizations need specifically knowledge and training for their staff. They're too small to have a person already paid that is trained in such ways that they could use these things or know about them. So there's an opportunity for training there. And I know from this survey that lots of collaborative organizations with Giving Tuesday are very interested in filling in this segment. But this group here might only be like 20% of everybody that really needs the training to unlock it. In other questions that we asked, over 2/3 of people have already tried AI in their work, but only 28% of them are using it in 3 or more ways. So there's a gap between saying I use AI and that AI is actually embedded in my workflows. Most of the people who are using AI also express skepticism about it in various ways. And these are things that we can address, particularly as a sector, probably better than individually as organizations. So when we looked at the data protection question, this is typically people's number one concern. Bias in the model, meaning that you ask AI, you ask like a ChatGPT question and you get back an answer that's been informed by training data that is not representative of all groups, is a big concern. And I think from other surveys, that's a big concern in Africa, because the training set that's used in commercial AI tends to underrepresent the lived experiences of Africans compared to like North Americans. The levels of caution differ around the world. We saw that there was a general trend between the global majority and the global minority, or the South and North. In the global South, people were less concerned about privacy and model bias than they were in the global North. We also saw that people who had more technical knowledge about AI and their role in the organization was either moral or tech, tended to be more wary about these AI risks than, say, leaders at the organizations or people that work in the fundraising side. When we look at safeguards and collaboration and how we as a sector might address these problems, we know that there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the current state of data protections for AI. and the model bias and other weaknesses of AI. But we also know that when we ask them this specific question, very few organizations have ever collaborated with others to develop uniform policies and protections. So 3/4 of people have some kind of policy, but only 1/4 of them have ever collaborated to create that policy. So if we don't collaborate, those policies are going to be very different from one place to the next, and they will be very difficult for the vendors to be able to build products that meet certain standards in the way that GDPR has done. So GDPR created a de facto global standard around data protection for something other than AI. And even in countries like the United States where they didn't adopt it, vendors have adopted it because they don't want to be locked out of a giant market like Europe. So I would like to see something like that happen here, where in order for an AI product to be viable around the world, it needs to meet some minimum protection standards. And everyone is kind of looking to someone else to lead the way on this. So including us, we're not particularly well suited for policy as Giving Tuesday. So we're trying to collaborate with others that might be better suited for this. I said there would be some Africa specific results, and there's a survey you can look up from this organization called Know Before. It's a data internet cybersecurity firm that happens to focus on Africa and the Middle East. And they did a survey that was rather large, 1,300 individuals from 10 countries, mostly in Africa. And you can see that the level of comfort people have varies by country. Those in South Africa have less comfort than those in Nigeria, for example. And just looking at some of the other results in there that might interest you, 42% use AI several times a week. We found that like in Pakistan and parts of India, that number was actually even higher than that. 95% of everybody had concerns about AI. For example, the weaponized use. So weaponized AI would be something that the World Economic Forum has large documents about. Specifically, in the next 2 years, 64 countries and 3 billion people will have supposedly free and fair elections that they fear might be subverted by deep fake generated content that will misinform people on a massive scale, leading to the kind of world where people live in a fantasy and other people live in a reality, and we have two worlds, and like it's pretty scary. But at the root of all of that is this commercial AI that's enabling these technologies to even go in this direction. So lots of people are concerned about it, and it's something that we as a sector could lead the way in preventing by having standards that are more uniform around the world and talking about this as a real concern. So to recap, our overall sample could be split into two groups in various different ways. About half our sample has tried AI in two or more use cases. About half our sample has concerns about AI, specifically data breach, model bias, and intellectual property theft by using models. And about half our sample either doesn't know how to evaluate the risks of AI or thinks the risks and benefits are roughly equal. And this is the state of where we are today, is that not everybody agrees on what AI is and where it's going, but there are definitely camps out there of people who are taking action based on these assumptions. If you'd like to see the full report, here's the link. As I say, you can just Google Giving Tuesday AI report and you'll probably get to the same place. If you have questions, I'm sure that the organizers can leave my contact information and you can get a hold of me or anyone at the Giving Tuesday Data Commons data team. We'd be happy to talk to you. So thank you all for your continuing commitment to making the world more generous along with us.
All right, thank you so much, Mark. That was a great presentation, and I really particularly enjoyed the fact about policy, because even though so that's my point. So say hello. Hello. All right, so we're back on stage. So even though I know that in non-profit we are not so much interested in, not that we're not so much interested, but like our own form of governance is our donors and stakeholders. One of the things that drives data protection, privacy, and all of the things about regulations is policies. And I'm so happy that Mark hinged his presentation on the policy aspect, knowing that that's the thing that creates trust and also allows people to actually onboard on a particular on a particular prospect, especially when it is new in the market, such as AI, right? So we're back to the fun part of the show. I know we've been speaking a lot and learning so much, but we're back to the fun part. So if you missed out on the first game section, we're back to the second game section right now. I'm so super interested. That's why I came back on stage. Come on, I have to win this game because the prize for this particular section is a digital fundraising session. So you're gonna have a free digital fundraising consultation with Hexam Media. So that's what you stand to win. So be up on your toes and also participate in this. So please, tech team, can you help project the can you help project the link in the chat for people who are just joining for them to join? Is it going to be the same link? Help project it for me. Thank you. All right. So the same link, guys. HTTPS join myquiz.com/pro. Tech team should be dropping it in the chat right now. I think I can see it on my YouTube. Yes. So tech team, please drop it again for those who are just joining who don't have access to chat history. So just join the link, join myquiz.com/pro, and you would have access into the game arena, and of course enter your username and then just click to join. And when you're asked of the code is on the screen and it's also in the chat section. The code is 080 578. This sounds like a +234 phone number. But yeah, the code is 080 578. We're already seeing people joining right now. So we have one participant. Please, we did this before, so if you know the drill, please join. I'm just trying to recap for those who don't know the drill. All right. We're having tons of people joining. Yes, yes, yes. We had 23 the last time. Let's try to make it up to maybe 25, 30. We are a lot on YouTube, so please let's try to join in and have much participation. This is a great prize tied to this. Let's do it quick. Yes, yes. All right, so we have about 10 right now. Let's try to get it up to 20, and then we'll jumpstart because of our time. Yes, yes, yes. I wish I was able to join this. I really wish I was able to join this, but I can't, sadly. Yeah, so we have 10 participants. Please keep joining. The link is joinmyquiz.com/pro. The admin has dropped it in the chat section on YouTube. If you're joining from YouTube, yeah, let's try to get a number up to 15 and then we'll start. Okay, so I think we can start. But if you join, just join us. Yeah, let's start. Text it. All right. All right. Thank you so much. I congratulations on winning the second round of the games. I'm so happy that it is a new set of winners. I'm not seeing any familiar faces. So congratulations to Unicorn, Bar Heritage, and Victory. Please share your username in the chat section and also your email to the admin, and then you're going to be rewarded and someone will reach out to you. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful participation, everyone. Please let's keep the energy up. We are kind of winding down, but I love that our energy is still up. So please, admin, you can
Meet Steve, the founder of a nonprofit with a vision to change the world. But like many, Steve faced a challenge: funding. Despite his passion and hard work, donations were not enough to keep his mission alive. That's when he found us, Hexam Media Africa. We specialize in helping nonprofits like Steve's attract the donors they need to thrive. Through tailored social media campaigns, engaging email marketing, stunning graphic design, and a refreshed website, we helped Steve tell his story to the world. A story that resonated with donors who shared his vision. The result? More donors, more funds, and more impact. With great branding and targeted marketing, Steve's nonprofit is now making the difference he always dreamed of. Is your nonprofit facing similar challenges? Let us help you turn your vision into impact. Book a call with Hexam Media Africa today, and let's create a brighter future together. In Steve's words, thanks to Hexam Media Africa, we're not just surviving, we're thriving. You can too. Book a call today and transform your nonprofit.
Mario Omacaro is an agile project and product manager with a focus on building AI solutions and integrating generative AI into businesses. He is the co-founder of African AI Foundation and the head of operations at Stellar AI Lab. Sally Curia is the head of communications at the Global Center on AI Governance, where she spearheads the communication strategies for their key initiatives, the Global Index on Responsible AI, the African Observatory on Responsible AI, and AI 4D. With a strong background in strategic communications, Sally has been instrumental in driving impactful campaigns that highlight the ethical use of AI and its potential to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially for Africa.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So we're having a panel session now, and I'm excited about this. Mario and Sally will be joining us, and we'll be going a bit deeper into AI and how to maximize some of these futuristic tools for our different endeavors and expressions. So, hi, Mario. Hi, Sally. I hope you can hear me. It's great to have you guys on this conversation today.
Hello, Fumi. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yes, I can. Fantastic. What about you, Sally? Oh,
Yes. Hi.
good. Hi. Yes. So let's just jump right into it. I'm sure our audience are itching to hear some of the practical insights you guys will be sharing with us. We've seen your profile. Both of you are definitely doing something quite amazing in your various organizations. And I'm just going to start with you, Mario. So we've heard Olubimi talk about blockchain. We've heard Mark share a lot of insights around the use of AI and even just the willingness to engage such tools. Now, could you just briefly talk us through AI? How is it exactly transforming industries? And then provide a bit of context to non-profit social enterprises and how we can use it.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. Basically, AI has brought a great transformation to industry generally, to the world generally. And I think for the purpose of this conversation, how I'll focus on, the non-profit space and the sort of transformation it has brought, and how listeners and the audience can leverage, AI to amplify what they do. Right? AI tools, right, help non-profit organization, cater to key areas of their operations, right? For instance, as a non-profit, what are the things that matter to you? Funding is one of it. And for you to be able to, get good funding, you need to manage stakeholders. You need to be able to prove to your stakeholders that you're actually doing something worthwhile, that is worth their fund, worth their money. And how are you going to be able to do that? You need to be able to present key data points, right, to your stakeholders. Now, there are tools that help you do this analysis, basically help you tell your story better, to say, this is our focus, first of all. And when we came into this game, this was what we meant. This was what we met. When we came in as well, we leveraged AI, and we've been able to achieve this and this and this, right? It basically just gives key data points, right, that you present to your stakeholders, and it validates your story and, help you get their buy-ins. There is an example where, AI-driven systems like IBM Watson is being used for diagnostic and personalized treatment plans, to improve patient outcome, right? And in the non-profit space, AI can basically be used to analyze and also focused funding, right? For instance, you need to know the beneficiary for your non-profit. You need to know your target group, and then with AI tools, you are able to tell, okay, this is where we should put our funding at this point in time. This is where our resources will be best used, so that we are able to raise more. For us to be able to raise more, we need to utilize what we have, in such great ways. And so using AI tools will help, tell your story better, and then also help maximize your resources, so that it increases your impact and also increases the chances of you raising better funds.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Mario. Sally, I would just like to hear from your perspective, because sometimes there are social enterprises or non-profits where, in fact, you could have a founder who is not very open to the use of AI tools, but then you could have a team, be it volunteers or just a programs team, that are more likely to make use of this tool to improve their work. How would you speak to such organizations that have that level of dynamics?
I think one main thing that needs to happen is we need to demystify AI and stop treating it like an odd piece of technology, because we're getting to a point in time where AI is in everything. Like you're not going to be able to escape it, right? But unfortunately, I think the AI has received such a bad rep that people are very scared. It's like being afraid of your phone. Yet it's one of the most important tools that we have now. I think this just comes back to how AI was introduced. First of all, the way we were seeing it before in like movies, it was a robot, it was coming to take over the world, it was coming to do this. It's coming to take over our jobs, especially in Africa. But then you start thinking about it, you need that mind shift. And maybe it requires one or two people in a company to realize that. That mind shift of being like, wait a minute, this isn't coming to destroy anything. In fact, it's going to help me, one, organize my thoughts. It's going to help us do our job much faster. It's going to help this. So when you start looking at it as an enabling thing, right? That's when it starts getting better. And that's why I think a big part of the discussions around AI, which is something that we're doing at the Global Center, is talking about the responsible use of AI and helping people understand the risks around it, and then also making sure that we're working with policy as well to make sure that anything that's coming on the continent that is developed by us is for us, right? That we are thinking about, we're not going to make the mistakes that the West made. We're going to handle AI a little bit more responsibly. So it is just a mind shift thing. After the initial scare, at some point you're like, actually, listen, maybe we do need to pay for ChatGPT as a company or something of that sort, right? So it just does require that after you get over the initial shock of it or the demystification of it, then you just be like, okay, fine, it's actually not so bad.
Okay, so just piggybacking on what you said regarding ethical use and the fact that there's still inherent risk that does exist with the AI tools, especially in our own space. So what are your thoughts around smart ways to get organizations aligned around how to make ethical use of these tools that are out there? What do you also think the assessment should be? Because before we deploy AI tools across organization, we have done some initial needs assessments. Is this product or solution going to be good? You know, what are practical insights you want to share with those listening to us to consider when deploying such solutions within the team?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, first of all, you need to understand how, when you're in touch with your objective and your mission, what you're trying to achieve with your organization, and then look at who it's affecting, right? Because one of the biggest risks of AI is they kind of like make existing biases even bigger, right? Because of what they've been trained with. So if you're working with a lot of women or people in marginalized communities, which is a lot of what non-profits and social impact communities, organizations deal with, you might find this like picking any piece of AI or whatever to just use is not going to be the right way, right? So this is what I usually say. I think it's very important, first of all, to read and research, because there's a lot of research that's coming out from Africans. We have fantastic AI researchers across the continent, and they're publishing this work everywhere. And there's almost work in every single field that exists that is pertaining to the global south, right? So there's a lot that we can read and learn and understand. Okay, if you're thinking about farmers in a rural part of Uganda, then you're thinking about, let's see what tools have been used in this space. What did they see as a risk? How do I protect these people from this risk while still making use of the technology, right? So I feel like one thing that we don't do a lot of is consume the research that we release. I think it's very important. I know sometimes it all seems so academic and so boring. And so this is for people with a PhD to understand, right? But there's so many people that are coming out to just try and demystify it and break that information in a way that someone sitting in an office somewhere in the field somewhere will be like, you know what, this tool will actually be very useful for us. This is the research that's been done. These are the expected risks. This is how we can mitigate against this risk. And the end goal is the same. We are trying to help this person maybe find food on their table or something of that sort. And this is a very important tool for us to do that. So I think it requires that amount of work, that investment of like, let me actually read, let me actually be part of communities and networks that exist that help people understand the risks and benefits, especially the benefits of AI. Yeah.
So from what I hear you say, that enough materials available in the public space that we just sometimes need to do the work, access these materials, go through it, then gain understanding. Another key point you raised is the fact that sometimes some of the AI tools might come across as biased towards us. So which still leaves a bit of the innovation and creativity back to us in terms of how we interact with the tools.
Exactly. And sometimes it's even, sorry, just to finish up, sometimes it's even a change of your own perspective as a person. You'd realize, and that, some biases and discrimination are so inbuilt, right? That maybe once you see it looking at you, like in a piece of report, you're like, actually, wait a minute, I am actually this type of person. I do think this way. So definitely, it's not the best way to do that. So sometimes it's a change of perspective. Again, I think I'll say that quite a few times. But there's a change of perspective as well that comes out when you're thinking about this work.
Okay. So Mara, I'm going to come back to you because I want you to talk a bit to like practical tools, so we can look at the various part of what social enterprises, non-profits are involved with in terms of organizational structure, and just share some tools that you believe can be useful. So just before that, for anyone joining us, this is a panel session with fantastic Sally and wonderful Mario. And what we're trying to do in this session is to share insights, is to share ideas, concepts around how each of us within our various spaces, our work and organization can better leverage tools like innovations like artificial intelligence. We've already done a bit of blockchain to improve how we are transforming our communities and to improve our own services and products that are being built around social good. So Mario, just share with us some tools, like give us examples. I'm sure some people on the conversation today probably just want to be taking notes and say, okay, you said we can use this, or we can, just share. You can share tools around maybe even communication, tools around donor management, tools around accounting. What are the tools that you have seen? And Sally, you would also share, because I know you're doing a bit of research in that space, that you could share with the audience today.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that question. So I know that there is a deluge of AI tools right now. So I'm just going to be specific on some of them and their use cases, right, in the non-profit space. And Sally mentioned ChatGPT, which is one of the most common AI tool, right? But I think that for us to get to see the full extent of the capability of ChatGPT, we would need to pay for the premium version. I'm sure a lot of people use ChatGPT. I'm sure everyone has gotten on ChatGPT, but there's a lot more to it than you would experience from the unpaid version. You get to see what they call GPTs. ChatGPT has these other extensions that where people are able to play around, the technology and create their unique sort of ChatGPT that addresses or that speaks to one industry or the other. So if you're on the paid version, you will see 1,001 other applications, AI applications that are linked to ChatGPT. Some are focused on presentation, some are focused on research, some are focused on various purposes like that. So ChatGPT is one, and then I would mention Runway, because I know that one key thing in running a non-profit organization is to be able to tell your story, and you need to visually be able to do that. You need to be able to put media together, put videos together, and all of that, right? So to help the non-profit space, you can leverage Runway AI. Canva is also integrated into Runway, and it sort of helps them, create videos using prompt, right? Simple prompt. There's a lot of stuff you can do on Runway so that you are able to, non-profit are able to put out more videos that tell their story and save costs. Because if you're going to hire somebody to put that together for you, you'd have to pay more, right? And then there is Gamma AI, Gamma.app. Yes, Gamma.app. This is really key to me because with Gamma, you know how long it will take you to create a good presentation deck, right? And this is literally all you do all the time. To pitch to one investor, to one funder or the other, you need to be able to put decks together, and good decks. So also, you need to be able to, create an online presence. So with Gamma, you can actually put presentation decks together with prompts. You can either put a sort of content on a Word document and upload on Gamma. It creates, the deck for you. And you can also create your web page actually using Gamma with just prompt. You give it some information of what you do, and with a prompt, it creates your web page. You can also create your portfolio should you decide to create a portfolio for your non-profit organization. So there's a lot Gamma.app can do for you. And I think the last one I would mention is Alter AI for meetings like this, because one key thing as well is to be able to capture the opinions, suggestions of potential funders. If you're speaking to somebody who you're looking to propose to or pitch to fund your non-profit, you want to hear from them. They're particularly interested one way or the other. That's why they give you the opportunity to meet with them first. So you need a tool that is able to capture the entire context of your meeting, summarize it, extract the action items, basically just help do the work of a virtual assistant instead of having to pay for one. So Otter.ai will be the last one I'll take on this call. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There's some thoughts I already have, guys, that we'll come to, but I want Sally to speak in terms of the specific tools she believes non-profits and social enterprises could also leverage right now to manage their work.
I don't think I would even say anything more than Mario has. Like I've learned so many tools from that. Because I don't really interact with so many of them. But I think one thing I would say is that this AI is integrated in a lot of our normal tools actually, right? So it might be, I know I was playing around with Adobe recently and I saw that there's the whole new sector. I think it was called Enhance for any audio projects, right? All I'm just trying to say is that I think even I was on BAFA when you're doing social media management and stuff like this, and then there's also a bit of AI there as well. I think AI now it's getting to a point, and this is what I'm saying. I think we're getting to a point where we will not be able to distinguish what is AI and what is not because it's getting integrated in our normal tools, right? So even when you're using Excel, for it to understand some of the things that not even Excel, sorry, Google Sheets. I think that's because that's connected, right?
Yeah.
It will be telling let me convert this for you in this. That's AI, right? So it's embedded in every single thing, and sometimes it just makes your work that more easier, right? So if you find yourself doing something that feels a bit repetitive, or you find yourself struggling a bit, 100%, just go online, check if there's a tool for that. You'll probably find that, right? So I think what needs to happen is just trying to figure out how to get it into your normal workflow. I am a big fan of the one we were all introduced to, ChatGPT, and all the GPTs that flow from
Yes,
it really just gets your mind growing. You're like, actually, I can do that. Wow, I hadn't even thought about that, right? So I think the world is your oyster. Sometimes anything that you think doesn't have AI, it probably does. So it's just a matter of understanding what your objective is, trying to see if this workflow can be made more efficient. Then you'll probably find something online that will help you with that. And sometimes they are free to use.
Yes, they are. So another thing I was going to, which you kind of touched on briefly. So we have a number of tasks we carry out, especially around projects that are within the same program framework. They're quite repetitive. We've gotten so used to it. So you're a program coordinator, you're so used to, you know how you're just going to handle it. And now, for someone who might just be on this conversation with us, listening to us, they might be saying, well, I know how to do it the way I do it. I feel like there's a learning curve I need to commit time to for me to then be able to effectively utilize some of these AI tools. So ChatGPT, for example, is conversational. So one can literally feel like it's on a go. But there are some tools that you feel like, especially when you think about the media creative tools, you feel like you have to take out time. How do you go? So just share your thoughts around how can one even just manage their time, structure their work, or even structure your project planning such that maybe in the initiation stage, you're already thinking of, okay, let's spend a few hours using tools like this to do X or Y. If you could just talk briefly to that. Sally, speak to that, and then I also like Mary to just talk in. Yeah.
All right, that's a good one, actually. I feel like, again, I will say this, it's a change of perspective, right? If you're doing something that you already know how to do, if you can figure out a way for AI to do that for you, then you feed yourself more time to do something else, right? Maybe it might help you expand your role in another way that you hadn't even thought about because you're not spending time trying to do this thing, right? And a lot of this, the learning curve, it's definitely going to be there. I know I felt it when I was using like the media generators, and then you get frustrated. You're like, I don't think it's understanding what I'm trying to ask ask it to do. But then you start realizing that in as much as you're talking to this thing and you're trying to figure out, even your own image of what you need is getting clearer and clearer, right? So if you need to get a plan B, you're a bit more organized, right? So this is what I usually say for a lot of these tools. Sometimes they might just be necessary to take you out of a specific rut that you're in, out of a specific hole that you keep finding yourself being into. Sometimes you just need that kick out of it, right? So yeah, definitely the learning curve will be there for a time. There are moments where you're going to start disagreeing and arguing with with the AI tool. And then we have to realize that it's still not at the point where, they're perfect. We are teaching these things. We are, I think it gives you a lot of faith of being like, you guys still need me because this thing can't handle everything, everything yet, So again, I see it as an advantage, even if it's gonna take a bit of time. It's not gonna be that much always, right? You just you give yourself this moment of like, let me try and just make this thing work. If it doesn't work out right now, it's fine. Hold off. I now know exactly what I need. I'll come back to that later, right? But at some point, it's just gonna work for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, guys, as you listen to us, if you have questions, please just drop them in the comments. We might be able to take a few before we wrap up this panel session. Mario, let's hear your thoughts. Thank you, Sally.
Okay, thank you. So I think that Sally highlighted a couple of steps that one needs to take before you even integrate AI into your workflow, because I know there is this fuss about AI, and AI, but you need to understand why you need a tool, right? An AI tool, and what you're bringing it to do. For instance, you mentioned in the phases of a project, in the initiation phase, what do I do in the initiation phase, and what do I basically need, right? I think the first thing is to give it a thought. Okay, you mentioned that some tasks are monotonous, you become so used to them and you just get them done. So if you're able to first of all spell out the list of tasks you do in that space, and then you say, what can AI help me? For instance, in your project management tool, Asana AI, ClickUp AI, these guys are project management tool that have AI integrated in them. It means that if you leverage those capabilities, their AI capabilities, you're going to enjoy more productivity, right? Because things that you should do monotonously are now all integrated, right? So when you move over to your planning phase as well, you're thinking, what tools can I use in planning, in my risk planning? Do I need tools that would help with analysis, right? So basically highlight all the various points, key points of the tasks you do, and then look for tools that match up. For non-profit, I know grant writing is one key thing in non-profit. There's a tool for that. Instead of hacking your brain, all the while trying to put stuff together, you have Grant Boost, which is a tool for writing, for basically putting grants together. Just give it the right prompt. And I think that in the use of generative AI, one key thing, or one thing that matters a lot is your ability to use the right prompt, to know what to ask, how to prompt it, because these guys rely so much on your prompt, to be able to give you key information. So I think that when we follow these steps, we'll be able to tell what tools to use. And if peradventure you come up with something comes to mind that that you need AI to use, but you don't know the tool, just go and search. Like Charlie mentioned, there's 1,001 AI tool that I even don't know, and these guys seem to be rolled out on a daily basis. So I just search AI tools to do this and this and this. I'm pretty sure you get results that would amaze you, right? So yes, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mario. So on Millie said grant boost, I laughed. I giggled a bit because I know sometimes as social enterprises, even when we're putting in grant applications, in recent times, there are those clauses that say try to be as original as much as possible. So guys, this is to say, when we use these tools, the tool is not to replace originality, it's to enhance our originality. So for example, we might have people who the grant officer, English is not the first language, but he or she is fantastic at coming up with the grant ideas. Now with a grant writing tool, you can pretty much take your original writing and improve it, enhance it. And like Mario rightly said, the effective use of these tools is really dependent on the prompt. How smart are you with the prompt? And I also remember, by the way back when Google search became an engine we relied on, the quality of responses we got was a function of the quality of queries we put in. So if you ask Google the right questions, it just technically gave you the right responses. So as we slowly wrap up this session with you guys, a big one that just jumps at me that I think we should speak to before we leave is the future of AI and a lot of other technological innovation that will come. As Africans, we already know that there's a massive digital divide. either even within our spaces of social enterprises. There are non-profits who are better funded than others. So sometimes some might not be able to pay for some of these tools, right? But as you guys look at these tools, as you've interacted with new technologies coming into our space, what do you see the future looking like for our people, and then for those of us doing the work of community development? What do you see? What are you seeing? What's coming to you? Just please share. Yeah, just share.
I think I'll go fast. I think a big thing that's happening is that Africa and the global South, we're no longer just taking the back seat anymore. We are 100% driving this conversation, because I think sometimes it is a benefit to us that we are catching up, right? Because we're like, actually, we're not going to do what you guys did. We have better tools now. We can make this work for us and not jump into the same holes that you guys did, right? So I think what's happening, and then there's a lot of attention that's coming in to kind of support this type of research, this type of thought, right? So there's a lot of that is, at least in terms of AI research, there's a lot more researchers that are getting money to be able to conduct their work and to help us attain our SDGs. I know sometimes when I hear that word, I'm like, we keep talking about this 2030 thing, but I don't understand when we'll ever really attain them, right? But when you get into the ground level, there is work that's being done. There is a lot of spearheading that is happening from the continent. So I think we will be coming up with, first of all, policies that are friendly to us and the situations that we are in, right? Our leaders, whether they want to or not, will have to listen to what is necessary and what is needed, right? Because these tools are going to help us, right? And then the other thing about it is, I think we're getting to another point where this is all going to be more accessible, right? The more the technology grows, the lower the barrier of entry will be for people and how they'll use it. And sometimes it's not using this right in front of me, a computer or a phone. Sometimes it's a gadget that's in the farm, or something that you find when you're going to a hospital or something like that, right? These tools are just going to get a lot more accessible and available for us, right? So I think we are in a very good place right now. It's great that we have access to this technology right now, that we can start playing around with it. We can start trying to figure out how best it can help us with that. And then we're also being able to flag the parts that are not working. And then once we acknowledge that that's not really helpful for us, then we're like, okay, then we need to mitigate against that. So I think those are the big things. The fact that policy is getting better, and then accessibility is also just going to be a lot easier, I guess, for all sorts of Africans and people from the global South.
Interesting. I love that. That feels very encouraging, actually.
Oh, I'm glad.
Thank you. Thank you. Mario, let's hear your views. Look into the future, like a prophet. Share with us what you see.
Well, thank you. I think Salia said a lot, right, on that. I think that the future would, one way or the other, require that everyone is, on board on this moving train, one way or the other, because it's going to be inevitable. Like Sally mentioned, for instance, AI has been embedded into most applications we use, and we may not even know, right? So if you want to do more, if you want to achieve more, since I'm speaking to those running nonprofits, I'll say, think AI, think about how can I get stuff done more, right? Leveraging tools. The tools may not even be existing at the moment. Just think about it, because it may be existing and you don't know. Think, so I do this on a regular basis. These are the results I get. Now, how can I get 10 times this result, right? Leveraging AI one way or the other, right? I think that as Sally mentioned, that with policies, being refined and all of that, we will get more of these tools rolled out, and those who would get the most value from the future are those who, one way or the other, find a way to integrate themselves, right, into AI, integrate their businesses, integrate their endeavors, with AI one way or the other. And I think that we should not see it as a replacement. Those who think that it would basically replace people are those who are not preparing themselves to leverage it, or to upskill, or to learn how to use it, right? Definitely there are some things, some monotonous tasks that people who don't have to do anymore. For instance, a company in India just basically cleared off the entire customer support team because there's an AI now that can attend to customer calls and can do that for 1,000 customers at the same time, and you need 1,000 persons to sit to receive 1,000 calls. You no longer do that. So if you run a non-profit and you have to spend so much money on human resource when you could spend much more money getting impact, why don't you think, what can I do to to maximize what I have? How can I be a part of this future? Because eventually when you speak to some funders, maybe some years down the line, they'll be interested to know how you're using existing technology to increase your impact, instead of choosing to remain in the traditional way of doing things. So yeah, that's my thought.
Thank you so much, Mario, and thank you so much, Sally. I think this is a good session. I don't have specific questions here. Most of the comments I see in the comment section here, we kind of already spoke to it. People were more interested in just give me the tools, just give me the tools. So this is good. It was great speaking to both of you. For everyone joining, you can still drop your questions along the way. A lot of the materials from the conference will be shared with you. So thank you. Over to you, Hexam Media team.
Good day, everyone. It has been an incredible honor to serve as a judge for this prestigious award. Today, we not only celebrate the winners, but every nominee who has devoted their time, energy, and passion to making a difference across Africa. To the recipients of the Humanitarian African Award, your efforts has brought hopes to countless of lives. Volunteer of the Year, your selfless dedication is an inspiration to us all. And finally, to the African Voice Award winner, your voice has resonated across communities, sparkling meaningful conversations and driving positive change. Congratulations to all the winners. May your achievements inspire others to follow in your footsteps. Thank you all for all you do, and God bless you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. All right, that was such an impactful session. So we are going into the next category of awards. Once again, my name is Hazel Iwendi. You call me Eminence, and I'm the founder of Eminence Services Consult. And I'm glad to present the award for Impact Trailblazer of the Year. So this is an individual, founder or leader aged 18 to 25 who has demonstrated exceptional vision, creativity, and determination in pioneering innovative solutions to humanitarian challenges in Africa. So I present to you the nominees. I believe and our winner is Omoniyi Yunus from Nigeria. All right, so the next award we have is African Nonprofit of the Year. So, this award recognizes an African nonprofit for exceptional effectiveness, impact, and innovation in addressing humanitarian challenges through strong management, governance, and programs, resulting in significant positive impact on people's life in Africa. Can we have the nominees, please?
These are
So our winner for this is all the way from Kenya, African Institute for Children's Studies. Congratulations. All right. So the next one we have is impact leader. This celebrates an individual who has demonstrated exemplary leadership, vision, and impact in driving positive change and advancing humanitarian causes in Africa. Please, can we have the nominees? And our winner is all the way from Tanzania, Daniel Khalil. Sorry for the pronunciation. All right, and the last one that we have, this is something that I personally love, Exceptional Volunteer of the Year. So this award recognizes individuals who are outstanding dedication, generosity, and service through volunteerism in Africa, making a significant difference to community service, humanitarian aid, or advocacy work, embodying volunteerism as a positive force in Africa. Please, can we have our nominees?
These are
All right, and our winner for the Exceptional Volunteer of the Year goes to Boluwatife Adekeyin from Nigeria. Congratulations. I believe that congratulations to everyone so far. I think we are coming to the end of the session. I think I can hand over back to the host, to Ella.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone. Everyone, congratulations to you, Humanitarian of Africa Award winner, Impact Trailblazer, Volunteer of the Year, all of the different categories, all the way from 17 African countries. We really celebrate you. This is a testament of the great work you're doing, and we are proud of you. We have finally come to the end of Seems 2024, and it has been a huge success. Please give it up for our partners, our co-convener, Giving Tuesday Africa, Giving Tuesday Nigeria, sorry. Give it up for our keynote speakers, our panelists, and all of the other workshop holders that we had today. You guys gave it your best, and everyone learned one thing or the other. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who streamed, who is also going to be watching the replay. The replay is going to be up on our channel. Right now, if you're watching me or you're hearing me and you're not yet following Hexam Media Africa across all social media platforms, please follow us on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We're all there because we share great resources, great stuff that you will be able to use for your comms and marketing as a nonprofit. We have workshops that we handle for you as nonprofits, teaching you how to leverage your nonprofit, leverage technology, for your nonprofit. Every quarter we do this with amazing speakers. So it doesn't just end here at the summit, right? We have different capacity building sessions that will be very, very useful to you. Make sure you are also subscribed to our email list so that you can get information about grants, opportunities for your nonprofit. Very important. I know everyone is looking out for funding, so make sure you are connected, you are not disconnected. And finally, make sure you are using something that you learned from this summit. Don't just be here to join all of the ceremony that is happening, right? And not take something back to your organization to make use of. Ensure you have picked something from one of the sessions and you're going back to your nonprofit, to your social enterprise to implement any of these things that you have learned here today. Once again, thank you to our partners, Africa NGO. Please go on Twitter and follow them, get access to opportunities, connect with as many nonprofits as possible. Follow Eminent Services on social media. Follow Giving Tuesday Nigeria. Follow Crowder, our partner, on social media. Make sure you are connecting with all of our partners because at one point in time, you will need any of the resources that they will be sharing with you. Thank you so much again, everyone, and see you at SIMS 2025. Bye-bye.
Meet Steve, the founder of a nonprofit with a vision to change the world. But like many, Steve faced a challenge: funding. Despite his passion and hard work, donations were not enough to keep his mission alive. That's when he found us, Hexam Media Africa. We specialize in helping nonprofits like Steve's attract the donors they need to thrive. Through tailored social media campaigns, engaging email marketing, stunning graphic design, and a refreshed website, we helped Steve tell his story to the world. A story that resonated with donors who shared his vision. The results? More donors, more funds, and more impact. With great branding and targeted marketing, Steve's nonprofit is now making the difference he always dreamed of. Is your nonprofit facing similar challenges? Let us help you turn your vision into impact. Book a call with Hexam Media Africa today, and let's create a brighter future together. In Steve's words, thanks to Hexam Media Africa, we're not just surviving, we're thriving. You can too. Book a call today and transform your nonprofit.
In a world filled with many challenges, all we really have is each other. At Crowder, we believe that through strong community relationships, we have the power to effect enormous change. Whether you need to raise funds for that brilliant impact project or you're looking for like-minded individuals to help your community, we've created a centralized, easy-to-use platform you can count on. Let's take a closer look. With Crowder, you can create fundraising campaigns for all kinds of initiatives, from paying medical bills to supporting a charity you love. By joining our community of volunteers, you can also assist hundreds of nonprofits in achieving goals that make life easier for people in need. One app, two goals, endless possibilities. Join the movement today on Crowder. Crowder, build community through giving.